Chapter 61. The Humble Demon God. As the Black Moon Cult Master's transformed sand merged with the Heavenly Moon Evil God statue, the statue came to life, exuding a powerful and eerie aura that permeated the entire temple. The black-robed cultists within the temple, sensing the bizarre energy, were instantly filled with excitement and ecstasy. They all knelt before the Heavenly Moon Evil God statue, chanting, "Welcome, Heavenly Moon God! Welcome, true Lord!" Now, within the entire temple, only Baiyu remained standing, besides the resurrected statue. The Heavenly Moon Evil God statue was alive, with 4 new eyes sprouting beneath its original pair. A vertical eye had also opened on its forehead, and its pupils had transformed into black moons. Thump! The Heavenly Moon Evil God statue took a step forward, causing the entire temple to tremble violently. The souls of the kneeling cultists were directly extracted by the statue, leaving behind only empty shells. The Heavenly Moon Evil God statue lowered its head, its deep voice resonating as it spoke to Baiyu. "Baiyu, I have returned." Baiyu smiled, looking at the statue, and said, "Kuei Xian, wouldn't it have been better for you to just obediently roll back into the chaos? At least you would have been able to keep your life." The Heavenly Moon Evil God statue glared at Baiyu, replying in a heavy tone, "Baiyu, we are both innate demon gods. We were fortunate to survive under Panga's axe back then. We should have been united against a common enemy, devouring the spiritual energy of the 3 realms together. But you traitor, actually willingly abandoned your demon god form, choosing instead to protect this filthy world created by Pangu. Have you no shame?" Baiyu chuckled, "What I do is none of your concern, and please watch your words. You're just a low-ranking demon god. The only reason you survived the creation of the world was because you were too weak. Pangu simply didn't even notice you. I'm not the same as a lowly creature like you." Hearing Baiyu's words, Kuei Xian seemed to have been struck in a sore spot. Even the face of the evil god statue he possessed became distorted. He roared at Baiyu, "Baiyu, you go too far. I'd like to see, now that you've lost your demon form and spent 10,000 years in the Nether Prison, just how much power you still possess." The Heavenly Moon Evil God statue roared furiously, swinging its enormous fist at Baiyu. Thump! Baiyu stepped on the Heavenly Moon Evil God statue's fist, pressing it into the ground. He taunted, "You're an old thing who had your demon form slashed to pieces by me. Do you really think you have the right to challenge me?" The Heavenly Moon Evil God statue tried to pull back its arm, but Baiyu's foot didn't budge. His expression twisted even more. He swung his other arm at Baiyu. "Baiyu, I'm going to crush you into meat paste." The Heavenly Moon Evil God statue roared, but Baiyu simply flicked his finger, shattering the enormous fist into pieces of rock. Baiyu dusted off his hands, sighing softly. He smiled at the Heavenly Moon Evil God statue and said, "Kuei Xian, you're too weak now. Just come out in your true form. Let me thoroughly cleanse this garbage." With that, Baiyu teleported in front of the Heavenly Moon Evil God statue's head and launched a sweeping kick. Bang! The massive statue's head was directly kicked into pieces by Baiyu. The Heavenly Moon Evil God statue shattered, and the Black Moon Cult Master tumbled out from within. This is impossible." The Black Moon Cult Master looked at Baiyu in disbelief, unable to accept the fact that Baiyu had shattered the statue with a single kick. He had sacrificed the souls of the entire temple's cultists to allow the Heavenly Moon God to descend into the statue. He thought that with the Heavenly Moon God's arrival, they would easily crush Baiyu, but he never expected that Baiyu would kick the statue's head to pieces with a single blow. Others might not know, but he was very clear about just how powerful the Heavenly Moon God was after his descent. Once, a martial god from the Immortal realm descended to train. He discovered the Black Moon Cult's evil deeds and stormed the Black Moon Cult headquarters. Back then, their Black Moon Cult was nearly destroyed. In order to survive, he sacrificed half of the Black Moon Cult's souls to invoke the Heavenly Moon God's descent. And after his arrival, the Heavenly Moon God had killed that martial god with a single palm strike, displaying unmatched power. This had completely subdued all the surviving Black Moon cult members. It was from that moment that their Black Moon cult began to rapidly expand. But now, the same incredibly powerful heavenly moon god had his head kicked to pieces by Baiyu. Just who exactly was Baiyu? And no, I want to live. The fear in the Black Moon cult master's eyes grew more intense. He didn't dare to stay in the temple any longer and frantically fled towards the entrance. However, before the Black Moon cult master could escape the temple, Baiyu suddenly appeared at the entrance, blocking his path. The Black Moon cult master, seeing Baiyu standing before him, collapsed to the ground in terror, crying out, Please, don't kill me." Baiyu smiled at the Black Moon cult master, saying softly, "Rest assured. I can kill others as I please, but you? I do not want you to die so easily." Seeing Baiyu's harmless smile, the Black Moon cult master's pupils constricted, filled with immense fear. He asked in a trembling voice, What are you going to do?" "I'm just going to let you enjoy eternal hell." Baiyu chuckled softly. A strand of white spiritual power flew from his fingertips and pierced the Black Moon cult master's head. Ayaha! The moment the white spiritual power pierced his head, the Black Moon cult master let out the most blood-curdling scream of his life. Endless pain was mercilessly tormenting his soul. Baiyu still wore a faint smile. He extracted the Black Moon cult master's soul and then, finding an ordinary rock in the valley, locked his soul and his own white spiritual energy within it, condemning him to eternal suffering. Baiyu weighed the rock containing the Black Moon cult master's soul in his hand and said with a chuckle, "Maybe in a few million years, someone will find this rock and release you from this seal. Or maybe no one will ever find you. But before fate decides to let you go, you will silently wail, carrying this pain for eternity." Baiyu grinned, and with a powerful flick of the wrist, he tossed the rock into the depths of the mountains. The Black Moon cult had been utterly annihilated. However, Baiyu didn't leave. He simply stood in the valley, facing the direction of the temple, and said with a smile, "Kuei Xian, I'm right here. Aren't you really going to show yourself in your true form?" Rumble. As Baiyu's words faded, dark clouds gathered in the sky above the valley. A gale-force wind howled, and lightning flashed and crashed. A massive black wind suddenly arose within the vast valley, and within the ruins of the temple, a 10-meter-tall, pitch-black figure gradually emerged. 7 scarlet eyes appeared on the figure's face. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs. An aura 100 times more powerful than that of the previous heavenly moon evil god statue emanated from the figure. "Baiyu, today, I will tear you to shreds." Chapter 62. Killing you is easier than killing a chicken. Baiyu looked at Kuei Xian, who had appeared before him in his true form, his eyes brimming with increasing amusement. Kuei Xian, having solidified his true form, looked calmly at Baiyu and said, "Baiyu, did you think I wouldn't dare descend in my true form?" Baiyu chuckled. "It's indeed a bit surprising that you actually dared to come here. I thought a lowly worm like you would only dare to hide in the chaos and play petty tricks in the dark. Humph, you can only show off with your tongue at times like this." Kuei Xian sneered. There are vast differences in strength between innate demon gods and whether they have a true form or not. Ever since you severed my demon form back then, I retreated into the chaos, focusing on cultivating. It took me millions of years to reforge this true form. Baiyu, I am now stronger than I was back then, while you are not even 1/10,000th as powerful as you were. Baiyu, smiling confidently at Kuei Xian, continued to mock him. "A lowly, bottom-tier demon god like you, even with a true form, is still not even 1/10,000th as strong as me." Saying this, Baiyu snapped his fingers and chuckled. "Do you know what this means?" Kuei Xian stared at Baiyu's hand for a moment, then asked, "What does it mean?" Baiyu smiled. "It means that, as I am now, killing you requires nothing more than a snap of my fingers. It's easier than killing a chicken. Killing me is easier than killing a chicken?" Hearing Baiyu's taunt, Kuei Xian's pupils contracted, and anger blazed in his eyes. "Baiyu, you're taking this too far. In demon great art." Kuei Xian roared, and a vast expanse of black energy emanated from his body, engulfing the entire valley. The sky turned dark, and eerie cries filled the air. By you forced me to do this. I will use my signature technique to completely obliterate you. Kuei Xian roared sharply, and enormous wings sprouted from his back. He flew into the sky. Baiyu looked up at Kuei Xian soaring into the air, chuckling, flying so high. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Crack! No sooner had Baiyu finished speaking than a world-destroying bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Kuei Xian with perfect accuracy. Kuei Xian, hit by the lightning, fell like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the ground. Baiyu looked at Kuei Xian, whose hair was now a burnt mess and whose whole body was scorched, and clicked his tongue. Tisk. Hey, how pitiful. Seems like I don't even need to lift a finger. Kuei Xian, lying on the ground, looked at Baiyu in pain and asked, Baiyu smiled. Are you asking why, even though there is a special magnetic field in this valley that shields the laws of heaven, you were still struck by the heavens' tribulation of world-destroying lightning? Kuei Xian simply stared at Baiyu, not saying a word, but from his expression, it was obvious that he was indeed puzzled by what Baiyu said. Innate demon gods did not belong to the three realms and were thus rejected by the heavenly Tao. Once an innate demon god invaded the three realms and was discovered, the heavenly Tao would send down a world-destroying tribulation without holding back to kill the innate demon god. It wasn't surprising for an innate demon god to be attacked by the heavenly Tao. However, this valley was a large crater formed by a meteorite from space. It was surrounded by a special magnetic field year-round, which prevented the heavenly Tao from detecting it. This was why Kuei Xian dared to descend with his true form to kill Baiyu here. Baiyu, seeing the perplexed look on Kuei Xian's face, smirked and chuckled. Are you really that stupid, or are you just pretending? The special magnetic field in this valley could indeed shield the heavenly Tao, but instead of using your large technique, why did you fly up to the sky? There isn't any special magnetic field to conceal your aura up there. Hearing Baiyu's words, Kuei Xian's pupils contracted, and then, out of extreme frustration, he vomited blood. How wronged he was. He had been enraged by Baiyu, letting his anger overwhelm his senses, completely forgetting that there was no demon god Luo Ho to shield him from the heavenly Tao now. Crack! Just then, another world-destroying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Kuei Xian hard and taking half of his life. Now, Kuei Xian lay on the ground, severely injured. His eyes filled with even more confusion. He spat out a mouthful of black energy and asked Baiyu in a trembling voice, "'Tis time." Why again? He had clearly fallen back into the valley. Why did the heavenly Tao still attack him? This? Baiyu smiled innocently. I just destroyed the special magnetic field in this valley. Now, this is just an ordinary valley. Kuei Xian's pupils constricted. Crack! Another world-destroying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Kuei Xian with terrifying force, reducing half of his body to ashes. Baiyu narrowed his eyes at Kuei Xian and said with a smile, "You should flee now. The heavenly Tao has locked onto you. If you stay here, you really will be annihilated." Fear filled Kuei Xian's eyes, and his expression twisted. He scrambled to his feet in panic and roared at Baiyu. "Baiyu, I will remember this humiliation. When I return again, I will definitely make you vanish into nothingness." Baiyu narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "I'm certainly looking forward to that." Crack! Another world-destroying bolt of lightning struck Kuei Xian, directly shattering the true form he had spent millions of years forging, leaving only his soul. Without his true form, Kuei Xian didn't dare to make any more threats. He fled towards the outer heavens in a panic, trying to escape into the chaos to heal. However, before Kuei Xian could escape the valley, he slammed hard into a barrier, feeling utterly disoriented. Baiyu looked at Kuei Xian, who was now staggering about, and chuckled. "Look at my memory. I forgot to tell you. While I was destroying the magnetic field, I also set up a demon-trapping barrier around this valley. If you want to go back now, you need to destroy my barrier." Baiyu. Kuei Xian glared at Bai Yu and roared, "Was this all part of your plan?" Bai Yu narrowed his eyes and chuckled, "Kuei Xian, the next world-destroying lightning strike is coming soon. If you don't break through my barrier now, you really will be annihilated." Crack! Another world-destroying bolt of lightning struck, directly destroying half of Kuei Xian's soul, weakening him to the extreme. Damn it! Fear gripped Kuei Xian. He frantically crashed into Bai Yu's barrier several times, but it remained completely still and unbelievably sturdy. Seeing the barrier blocking his only escape route, Kuei Xian finally realized that only Bai Yu could save him now. He frantically flew towards Bai Yu and knelt down, kowtowing. "Bai Yu? Hi God. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I am just a lowly worm before you. Please just think of me as a fart and let me go." Bai Yu looked at Kuei Xian's humiliating state. His smile now turned to pity, and he said softly, "For an innate demon god to fall so low, it really is quite something. A piece of trash like you should just die." With that, Bai Yu raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Kuei Xian saw Bai Yu's gesture, his pupils constricted, and he seemed to understand something. He exclaimed in shock, "You!" Crack! A world-destroying bolt of lightning struck down, instantly engulfing Kuei Xian. This innate demon god was reduced to ashes in that moment. Chapter 63. Betrayal. As Kuei Xian was reduced to ashes, silence returned to the valley. Bai Yu gazed at the spot where Kuei Xian had disappeared, his eyes becoming increasingly profound. Kuei Xian was merely the weakest of the innate demon gods who survived back then. Now that even he has begun to interfere in the three realms, it's likely that the other heavenly demons are also starting to stir. If I were at my peak, of course, I wouldn't fear them. But after causing such chaos in the three realms and spending 10,000 years in the nether prison, my current strength is less than a tenth of what it was at my peak. If the other heavenly demons return, I may not be able to protect Little Ya. It seems that while searching for Little Win's fragmented soul, I must also retrieve my divine artifacts and recover my strength. When Bai Yu willingly entered the nether prison, he hadn't left himself without a contingency plan. He had divided his source power into 10 portions, each infused into one of his 10 divine artifacts. This was to prevent his strength from being too depleted after leaving the nether prison, making him vulnerable to opportunistic foes. Bai Feng still keeps 2 of my divine artifacts. I should go get them back first. Bai Yu thought of Bai Feng, and he sighed deeply, his heart aching. Although Bai Feng had made a mistake, Bai Feng was someone Bai Yu had watched grow up. Bai Feng was almost like Bai Yu's half-son. Moreover, in recent years, Bai Feng had been wholeheartedly dedicated to Bai Yu's affairs. Even if Bai Yu was hard-hearted, his heart was still made of flesh. He found it truly impossible to hate his unfilial disciple. Oh well, I'll consider it a trip to retrieve my divine weapons and see him one last time. Bai Yu sighed and transformed into the wind, departing. Jiang City, by Corporation Tower. Bai Feng sat in his office, disheveled, staring blankly out at the city, his entire being having aged to the extreme. Since being expelled from Bai Yu's tutelage, he had locked himself away here, refusing to see anyone, not eating a morsel or drinking a drop. Bai family descendants, upon learning of Bai Feng's situation, had rushed back from all over the world, gathering in Jiang City, hoping to see Bai Feng. Yet, even Bai Feng's most beloved granddaughter, who came personally, couldn't persuade Bai Feng to leave his office. "Master, I know my mistakes. I won't dare do it again. Please, Master, don't abandon me," Bai Feng muttered incessantly, tears streaming down his cheeks. He had been weeping every day, filled with extreme remorse for his past actions. However, he understood clearly that everything had changed irreversibly. He had served Bai Yu for decades and knew Bai Yu's personality well. Based on all the things he had concealed from Bai Yu, the fact that Bai Yu hadn't killed him on the spot was already a testament to their years of master-disciple relationship. Hehehe, Bai Feng, looking at you in this wretched state is truly disappointing. No wonder your master abandoned you. At that moment, a wisp of black fog appeared in Bai Feng's office, cackling at him. Hearing the old voice, Bai Feng's expression shifted slightly. He immediately looked at the black fog, exclaiming in shock, "It's you again? I rejected you last time. Why are you here again?" The black fog chuckled, "Even if you rejected me, you can still change your mind, right?" With that, a black potion bottle flew out from the black fog. Bai Feng caught the black potion bottle. He trembled violently, his whole body shaking. The black fog continued, "Bai Feng, you'd better think this through carefully this time. Your master has abandoned you. Even if you have immense wealth and power now, you will still turn to dust after you die, taking nothing with you. Drink this potion, and you can attain enlightenment and become an immortal, living forever." Bai Feng stared intensely at the black potion bottle in his hand, sweating profusely, his heart beating faster and faster. Attaining enlightenment and becoming an immortal, living forever. What a great temptation! Last time, he had barely managed to overcome his desire and refused to drink the potion of ascension, but now, this potion of ascension had appeared before him again, and Bai Yu had expelled him from his tutelage. Without Bai Yu as his support, under this great temptation, Bai Feng's reason began to crumble, bit by bit, and his eyes gradually became crazed. Attaining enlightenment and becoming an immortal, living forever. Attaining enlightenment and becoming an immortal, living forever? Bai Feng murmured, the madness in his eyes growing ever stronger. The black fog continued to entice. "That's right, Bai Feng. As long as you drink this potion of ascension, you can begin your cultivation journey and pursue immortality. Don't you want to fly through the sky and move the earth like your master and be proud among the strong?" "Oh, I misspoke. He's no longer your master. You are now just a lonely old man who will soon suffer the torment of sickness, eventually dying in despair. Humans, are just such pitiful creatures with short lifespans. How can they be as carefree as immortals?" The black fog's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Feng's eyes were completely consumed by madness. He clenched the black potion bottle in one hand, the veins on the back of his hand popping out. The black fog laughed. "Ha ha ha. Bai Feng, you are a smart man. As long as you have power, everything else is inconsequential. So what if Bai Yu abandoned you? As long as you ascend to immortality, you will no longer have to look at anyone's face. Drink this potion of ascension. In this world, you will be free to come and go as you please." Bai Feng looked at the black fog and asked in a deep voice, "I am no longer my master's disciple. I can't do anything for you now. Why do you still give me the potion of ascension?" The black fog chuckled. "Although you are no longer Bai Yu's disciple, don't you still have two of Bai Yu's divine artifacts?" Bai Feng's pupils contracted sharply. "You want the Karma Flame Lotus and the Heaven Measuring Ruler?" "A smart man." The black fog chuckled. "As long as you give me these two Chaos Divine artifacts, I will help you ascend to immortality." "No." Bai Feng rejected the black fog without hesitation. "Although these two divine artifacts are in my possession, my master might come to retrieve them at any time. If I hand them over to you, even if I ascend to immortality, I will be killed by my master." The black fog laughed. "Bai Yu isn't your master anymore, yet you are still painstakingly keeping his divine artifacts. Tsk. After all these years, you have done so much for him. Does he really see it? In my opinion, your position in Bai Yu's heart is not even 1/10,000th of that of his long-lost daughter." Bai Feng's whole body trembled. The black fog continued, "Besides, I don't plan to have you give me those two divine artifacts directly. You only need to tell me where they are. If the artifacts are stolen, Bai Yu wouldn't blame it on you, would he? So, Bai Feng, what do you say? The chance to become an immortal is right before your eyes. Do you want it or not? This is your one chance." Listening to these words, Bai Feng stared intensely at the potion in his hand, his expression becoming increasingly crazed. Every man for himself. The gods punish those who don't. Bai Feng suddenly looked at the black fog and roared, "I want it!" Chapter 64. The Death of Bai Feng. Outside the Bai Corporation Tower in Jiang City, Bai Yu looked at the tightly closed doors of the Bai Corporation Tower, his brow furrowing slightly. "What's going on?" Why is there such a dense demonic aura emanating from this building? In broad daylight, and in the city center no less. Even a demon king wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Baiyu muttered to himself, then pushed open the doors of the tower. A pungent stench of blood immediately assaulted his senses. What met Baiyu's eyes was a scene of corpses strewn across the lobby. The two security guards who had previously tried to dissuade Baiyu were also lying at his feet, their faces still frozen in fear. All the corpses bore signs of being devoured and were marked with gruesome claw marks. What kind of demon did this? Baiyu's expression grew increasingly grave as he surveyed the carnage. He vaguely felt that these wounds were familiar, but he couldn't quite remember where he had seen them before. However, Baiyu didn't dwell on it. He turned and closed the doors behind him, heading towards Bai Feng's office on the top floor. All along the way, his eyes met only corpses. There wasn't a single living soul in sight. He even spotted a number of Bai family members among the dead. Most of Bai Feng's family members are dead. Who was the one behind this? Is it one of my enemies? But now that I've expelled Bai Feng from my tutelage, my enemies shouldn't have any reason to massacre the Bai family. Baiyu muttered to himself, his gaze turning icy cold. He reached the top floor and pushed open the doors to Bai Feng's office. And inside the office, Baiyu saw Bai Feng. Half of his body transformed into a monster, devouring a corpse. Bai Feng. Baiyu's pupils constricted at the sight of Bai Feng's monstrous form, and he roared, "You damned bastard! What in the world have you done?" He hadn't expected that the tragedy in this building had been caused by Bai Feng. Bai Feng turned his head towards Baiyu. His remaining half-human face was streaked with tears, but his eyes were completely crazed, devoid of any humanity. Attain enlightenment and become an immortal. Attain enlightenment and become an immortal. Bai Feng kept chanting the words, attain enlightenment and become an immortal, before lunging towards Baiyu. In an instant, Bai Feng was before Baiyu. His speed far surpassed that of an S-class exorcist, with the power of an immortal. "You damned thing!" Baiyu roared. His expression was icy cold as he conjured a golden chain out of thin air, binding Bai Feng and pinning him to the ground. Attain enlightenment and become an immortal. I want to attain enlightenment and become an immortal. Bound on the ground, Bai Feng continued to struggle, his expression increasingly deranged, his shouts growing louder and louder. Baiyu looked at Bai Feng's current monstrous form, his killing intent almost solidifying, and said sternly, "Who in the world turned you into this?" Even though he had expelled Bai Feng from his tutelage, he would absolutely not allow anyone else to treat his rebellious disciple like this. Without speaking further, Baiyu released his spiritual energy, which penetrated Bai Feng's body to examine his condition. Absolute nether poison? How did this rebellious disciple get infected with the absolute nether poison? Baiyu's expression shifted slightly as he detected the poison in Bai Feng's body, his gaze turning grave. The absolute nether poison was a unique poison developed by the witch clan in ancient times. Although this poison could greatly enhance one's strength and even allow one to ascend to the heavens in broad daylight, it would erode the mind, making the person insane and causing them to devour their own kin. In the end, anyone infected with the absolute nether poison would become a corpse demon, posing a threat to all living beings. Because this poison was far too insidious and not tolerated by the heavenly Tao, a high ranking which destroyed all existing absolute nether poison, destroyed the poison recipe, and killed all members of the witch clan who knew how to create it, causing the absolute nether poison to disappear completely. The absolute nether poison had only briefly appeared in the past, and Baiyu had only happened to see it once by chance. He had been curious and researched it, but unfortunately, he had not found an antidote. After the high ranking which killed his kin, Baiyu had thought that the absolute nether poison had been completely eradicated, but he never imagined he would see it again in the 21st century, and in his disciple's body. The witch clan has long been extinct, and my own research is not extensive. There probably is no cure in the world anymore. Baiyu looked at Bai Feng's crazed appearance and sighed. Bai Feng, oh Bai Feng, how could you have been so foolish? Knowing that Bai Feng was beyond saving, Baiyu sighed again, preparing to help Bai Feng find release. But just then, he heard Bai Feng call out for his master. Bai Feng? Bai Yu couldn't help but show a trace of surprise in his eyes, seeing that Bai Feng had regained some clarity. At this moment, Bai Feng's eyes were full of pain. Tears streamed down his face as he cried to Bai Yu, "Master, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Now I have nothing. I betrayed you. I killed my son, my granddaughter. I destroyed everything of the Bai family with my own hands. I am a beast. I'm not worthy of being a human." Bai Yu, seeing Bai Feng in such torment, sighed again. Then he quickly composed himself and asked Bai Feng, "Who turned you into this?" Bai Feng cried, "He calls himself a descendant of the witch clan. He's a guest of the Sima family, and Sima Jing introduced him to me. Master, he has already taken your karma flame lotus and heaven measuring ruler. I told him where they were. I'm not worthy of being your disciple. Master, please kill me. I'm in so much pain." Aowa! Bai Feng suddenly howled out, his eyes becoming increasingly deranged before finally losing all rationality. Looking at Bai Feng now, Bai Yu felt nothing but sorrow. But at this point, Bai Yu's eyes held no sympathy. All of this was Bai Feng's own doing. Attaining enlightenment and becoming an immortal. It sounds so easy, but how difficult is it to achieve? Bai Feng, this is my fault. You have followed me for so many years, and your horizons have been broadened, which has led you to have such inflated desires. Without opportunity, without being grounded, how can you become an immortal? From this day forward, I no longer have a disciple like you. Qi. As Bai Yu's voice faded, flames engulfed Bai Feng's body. Bai Feng, in his monster form, began to howl miserably. He broke free from Bai Yu's chains, thrashing about in pain on the ground, crashing into everything in the room. Soon, the fire spread to other areas. Bai Yu's karma flame could devour everything in the world, and that included this multi-billion-dollar Bai Corporation tower. Soon, the entire building was engulfed by raging flames. Dark smoke obscured the sky, and piercing sirens echoed throughout Jiang City. High up in the sky, Bai Yu watched the Bai Corporation tower burning below, muttering to himself, first the Tangyue Pin residential area, now the Bai Corporation tower. Two tragedies have occurred in Jiang City in such a short time. I'm afraid Jiang City won't be peaceful for quite a long time to come. With that, Bai Yu looked to the north, a trace of coldness appearing in his eyes. The Sima family. It seems that the entire family, apart from Sima Jing, is not clean. Then you shall all be buried with the Bai family. My divine artifacts are not so easy to take. As his voice fell, Bai Yu turned into a beam of light, heading north. Chapter 65. Arriving for Revenge. North of Jiang City, the capital of the nation, Kyoto Mountain, Water Mirror Villa, the residence of the Sima family. The Sima family was one of the top 10 families in the country, and also the most mysterious. Unlike other families that made it into the top 10 based on military, political, or commercial power, the Sima family's influence was built on their mastery of feng shui. Most importantly, the Sima family was not only a renowned aristocratic family, but also a well-known family of cultivators. Even the most ordinary disciple of the Sima family could overwhelm other Taoist practitioners, and were treated as honored guests everywhere they went. Engaging a Sima family disciple for feng shui services could easily cost millions. Legend had it that the reason why Sima Jing had purchased Kyoto Mountain and moved the Sima family here was because a dragon vein was suppressed beneath the mountain, which could influence the nation's fortunes and also ensure the Sima family's prosperity. This day happened to be Sima Jing's funeral. White cloth hung throughout Water Mirror Villa, and all the Sima family disciples wore mourning clothes, weeping for their deceased family head. In the mourning hall, Sima II, Sima Jing's eldest son, knelt before a photo of Sima Jing, his face ashen. At that moment, a cloud of black mist appeared behind Sima II, saying ominously, "Sima II, the items are in hand." Sima II, looking at his father's picture in the mourning hall, asked coldly, "How is the Bai family?" The black mist cackled, "Don't worry, Bai Feng has already consumed the absolute nether poison, and most of the Bai family members are in the Bai Corporation Tower in Jiang City. Hearing the black mist's words, Sima Tu's lips curled up in a cold smile. Humph. A nearby family dares to make a move against my Sima family? I will make their entire clan be buried with my father. The black mist said to Sima Tu, I must remind you that the core of the Bai family is not their family head, Bai Feng, but rather Bai Feng's master, Bai Yu. We attacked Bai Feng and stole Bai Yu's divine artifacts. Bai Yu will come for us sooner or later. I advise you to prepare yourself early. Sima Tu laughed. What's there to worry about with Emir Bai Yu? If he dares to come to my Sima family, I will make sure he doesn't leave alive. The black mist chuckled. Judging by your tone, you seem very confident? Of course. I've made preparations in Water Mirror Villa long ago, and I'm just waiting for him to come. Sima Tu stood up and said coldly, even if Bai Yu is a celestial, he has been imprisoned in the Nether Prison for 10,000 years. His strength is almost depleted. Now that we've also taken his divine artifacts, he can't stir up any waves. The Black Mist, seeing how confident Sima Tu was, couldn't help but say, Sima Tu, don't blame me for not reminding you. Bai Yu now possesses the Hichu and Luo Shu, which are actually your Sima family's divine artifacts. You should know better than I how powerful the Hichu and Luo Shu are. Sima Tu smiled. No matter. The Hichu and Luo Shu are not meant for combat. Even if Bai Yu gets the Hichu and Luo Shu, he wouldn't be able to understand them in a short time. Besides, don't we also have his Karma Flame Lotus and Heaven Measuring Ruler? The Black Mist replied, although I've obtained the Karma Flame Lotus and the Heaven Measuring Ruler, they both have seals on them, which I am unable to break. Sima Tu looked at the Black Mist and smiled. Give them to me. I have a way to break them. You had better have a way, or we will both die. As the Black Mist spoke, a fiery red lotus and a dark black ruler flew out from within it, hovering in front of Sima Tu. Although the Karma Flame Lotus and Heaven Measuring Ruler were both sealed with magic, Sima Tu could still sense the terrifying power they contained. Sima Tu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What treasures! Outside Water Mirror Villa, Bai Yu stood at the entrance of the estate, gazing at the villa shrouded in mist, the coldness in his eyes growing stronger. This is the Sima family's Water Mirror Villa. I can still sense the presence of the Karma Flame Lotus and Heaven Measuring Ruler. The Bai Feng incident. So it was indeed you who did it. Sima family, since you have done this, you should be prepared to pay the price. Bai Yu spoke to himself, stepping forward. Halt! Two Sima family disciples blocked Bai Yu's path, saying haughtily, Today is our old family head's funeral, and we do not receive any guests. Old family head? Bai Yu's eyes flashed with amusement as he looked at the mourning clothes the two disciples were wearing. Are you talking about Sima Jing? One of the disciples, hearing Bai Yu's deliberate question, couldn't help but feel impatient. Since you know, why don't you just scram? The entire Sima family is in a bad mood today. If you keep standing here, be careful we don't kill you and feed you to the dogs. After the news of Sima Jing's accident in Jiang City, Sima Tu had ordered that Water Mirror Villa be closed and not receive any guests. All those of any standing in Kyoto knew that the Sima family was not receiving visitors. They simply sent people to deliver gifts to the foot of the mountain and then left in a hurry. Those who still came to Water Mirror Villa were the sort who were not qualified to get news from the Sima family and still hoped to attend the old family head's funeral and forge connections with the Sima family. And Bai Yu was clearly seen as one of those nobodies by the two Sima family disciples. Bai Yu looked at the haughty disciples, his eyes glinting with amusement, and chuckled. You couldn't even retrieve Sima Jing's body, and you still have the face to hold a funeral for him? How dare you? It seems you have a death wish. The disciple who had tried to chase Bai Yu away, hearing Bai Yu's words, drew the sword hanging from his waist and slashed at Bai Yu. Bai Yu, seeing the disciple's sword coming down, merely smiled faintly, raising his hand and grabbing the disciple's head. Then, his fingers slightly squeezed. Bang! The Sima family disciple's head was crushed directly by Bai Yu. Bai Yu used flames to burn the blood off his hand. He smiled at the other Sima family disciple, who was standing there dumbfounded, and asked, Since the Sima family is so filial to Sima Jing, I will be merciful and send you to see him. How's that? Demon. The other Sima family disciple, seeing the headless corpse of his companion collapse to the ground, was so frightened that he fell to the ground, scrambling backwards. Baiyu slowly walked towards the other Sima family disciple. Looking into his fearful eyes, he chuckled, "Yes, that's exactly the look I want. Today, I will make every Sima family disciple look at me with that same look in their eyes." The Sima family disciple, hearing Baiyu's words, his pupils constricted and he screamed, "A demon? What's going on?" As the Sima family disciple screamed, more Sima family disciples wearing mourning clothes rushed out of Water Mirror Villa, surrounding Baiyu. A rather handsome man, seeing the headless corpse on the ground, his expression changed slightly. He immediately asked the surviving disciple near the gate, "Junior brother, what happened?" The terrified disciple pointed at Baiyu, stammering, "Senior brother, this guy is the one who killed him." Hearing his disciple's identification, the handsome man looked at Baiyu and asked coldly, "Was it you who did it?" "Of course." Baiyu smiled at the handsome man, saying, "Do you see anyone else outside this estate?" "Arrogant." The handsome man, seeing that Baiyu had admitted it directly, his expression turned icy cold. He roared, "You dare to come to my Sima family to cause trouble. You have a death wish." The handsome man roared, suddenly rushing towards Baiyu. Baiyu, as always, just raised his hand. Chi! A head flew off. "Senior brother!" A piercing scream rang out throughout Water Mirror Villa. Chapter 66. Slaughtering all around. As the headless corpse of the handsome man fell before Baiyu, the other Sima family disciples were completely stunned, their faces etched with terror. The handsome man was called Sima Yuchuan, a direct descendant of the Sima family and also the most talented young sorcerer. He could even be considered a candidate for the next family head. Yet, this pride of heaven, someone with a bright future and the focus of everyone's attention, had died in front of a stranger like that. The Sima family disciples, seeing Sima Yuchuan's headless corpse, even forgot to breathe. They all stared at Baiyu in disbelief, their bodies trembling slightly. Just who was this person? "Q, quickly, go notify the family head." One of the disciples was the first to react, and in a panic, he ran towards the entrance. However, before he could step out of Water Mirror Villa, a line of blood appeared on his neck. Then, his entire body fell over from inertia, his head rolling to one side. "G-Ghost, a ghost?" The other disciples, seeing Baiyu's ghostly methods, were all terrified. They dared not confront Baiyu again and scattered in all directions. However, none of the disciples managed to take more than a few steps before flames engulfed their bodies, turning them into ashes. In an instant, the area outside Water Mirror Villa was cleared by Baiyu. Baiyu did not linger outside the villa, stepping directly inside. By this point, the commotion outside had already alerted the entire Sima family. As soon as Baiyu stepped into the villa, he saw over 100 Sima family disciples holding weapons, standing in the plaza, fully prepared. "Boy, you really have a lot of nerve, daring to come and intrude upon my Sima family alone." At this moment, an old voice echoed from the crowd, followed by an old man holding a horsetail whisk and wearing a yellow robe. He stepped out of the crowd, staring at Baiyu with a cold face. Baiyu looked at the old man and asked, "Who are you?" The old man replied, "My name is Sima Feng, the great elder of the Sima family." Baiyu chuckled. "So even a worldly aristocratic family like yours has elders?" Sima Feng scoffed. "Humph, how ignorant. While we, the Sima family, are ranked among the top 10 families in the nation, we are also a cultivation sect that teaches Taoist techniques. I see you have some ability, but I never expected you to be such a fool, thinking that you were someone while knowing nothing. You did not understand the inner workings of the Sima family, yet you dared to cause trouble?" Baiyu said, "A small Sima family is not worth me putting in too much effort." "Arrogant brat." Hearing Baiyu's words, Sima Feng's expression immediately turned gloomy. He roared, "I'd like to see how long you can be arrogant. All disciples, listen to my orders. Form the devil-subduing formation and capture the intruder." "Yes." Following Sima Feng's order, the disciples in the plaza took their positions, forming a 100-person formation. Several thick golden chains flew out from the plaza, shooting towards Baiyu. Child's play. Baiyu looked at the chains shooting at him, not even having the inclination to break the formation. He simply allowed the chains to crash into his body. Crack. The moment the golden chains touched Baiyu, they shattered instantly. The Sima family disciples who were forming the formation were all caught in the backwash, and a large group of them fell to the ground immediately. This. Sima Feng, seeing that Baiyu had broken the devil-subduing formation without even moving, his pupils constricted slightly. He realized that the person who had come might not be as simple as he had thought. No, this guy must be dealt with personally by me. Upon seeing Baiyu's strength, Sima Feng became serious. He quickly formed hand seals, and a golden magic circle appeared beneath his feet, radiating powerful energy. Heavenly Dipper, earthly fiends, all spirits. Stop chanting. It's useless. Baiyu appeared behind Sima Feng, placing a hand on his shoulder, causing Sima Feng's pupils to contract sharply. You! Sima Feng, seeing Baiyu suddenly appear behind him, trembled. A cold chill ran from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He wanted to flee, rapidly activating the spiritual energy in his body, attempting to break free from Baiyu. But before he could even muster his power, he felt a mountain of pressure come crashing down on him. Thump! Sima Feng fell to his knees in front of all the Sima family disciples. Elder! The Sima family disciples, seeing that Baiyu had forced Sima Feng to kneel, all had their eyes bloodshot. Immediately, many of them lunged towards Baiyu, wanting to save Sima Feng. Unfortunately, they were just like moths flying into a flame. Bang! 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 Every disciple who charged towards Baiyu, without exception, exploded into a mist of blood. The remaining, more hot-blooded disciples, seeing the horrifying scene, were all terrified. They fell to the ground, not daring to go forward. This intruder was a monster. Sima Feng, seeing the carnage within the estate, gritted his teeth and asked Baiyu through the pain of his shattered knee, "Who exactly are you? What grudges does my Sima family hold with you? Why would you go this far?" Baiyu looked in the direction of the morning hall and said indifferently, "I am Baiyu." Baiyu. Hearing the name Baiyu, Sima Feng's whole body shuddered, his face filled with terror. He turned his head to look at Baiyu, asking in a trembling voice, "Why you are the Baiyu who killed our family head and stole our Hichu and Luoshu? Oh, it seems you know quite a bit. You even know about the Hichu and Luoshu." Baiyu smiled at Sima Feng, then, "How much else do you know? Why don't you tell me everything, and I will give you a quick death?" Sima Feng stared intensely at Baiyu. However, the fear in his eyes slowly disappeared, and his entire being became ecstatic. He laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha! Baiyu, you really dared to come to my Sima family. We were just worrying about how to retrieve the Hichu and Luoshu. Yet you actually delivered yourself to our door." Sima Feng laughed as he bit his own finger, quickly drawing patterns on the marble floor. "I'll let you see the Sima family's 4 directions 5 elements grand formation." Boom! As Sima Feng injected his spiritual energy into the pattern he drew, the stone pillars at the 4 corners of the water mirror villa suddenly flew up into the air, forming a golden barrier in the sky that enveloped the entire estate. Sima Feng laughed. "Baiyu, this 4 directions 5 elements grand formation was derived from the Hichu and Luoshu by our family head. Its power is unparalleled. It will definitely..." "How noisy!" Baiyu, seeing that Sima Feng was rambling on and on, a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes as he spoke, directly slicing off Sima Feng's head. Sima Feng's headless body flew out, and the 4 directions 5 elements grand formation, due to Sima Feng's interruption in spiritual energy, returned to calmness. The surviving disciples in the plaza looked at Sima Feng's headless corpse lying on the ground, their minds blank. Elder Sima Feng, had he just died like that? The disciples looked at the white-robed man standing in the middle of the plaza, wondering if they were dreaming. The great Sima family had actually been cut to pieces by one person. After killing Sima Feng, Baiyu paid no attention to the remaining small fry in the plaza and strode toward the morning hall. As soon as Bai entered Water Mirror Villa, he sensed a presence in the morning hall that was much stronger and far more peculiar than any of the other Sima family members. Moreover, his divine weapons, the Karma Flame Lotus and the Heaven Measuring Ruler, which were born from the chaos, were there. The person in Sima Jing's morning hall was the main course for today. Chapter 67. The Power of Divine Artifacts. As Bai entered the morning hall, he saw a middle-aged man wearing mourning clothes kneeling before Sima Jing's portrait. The middle-aged man was the current head of the Sima family, Sima Jing's eldest son, Sima Tu. Bai, so you've come after all. Sima Tu, still looking at Sima Jing's portrait, spoke to Bai without turning around. Bai chuckled, indeed. I've come to retrieve the Karma Flame Lotus and the Heaven Measuring Ruler you stole, and to send you down to see King Yama. Sima Tu stood up. While lighting incense for Sima Jing, he said to Bai, quite the opposite. It isn't me, but you, who's going to see King Yama today. Bai, I'll give you a chance. Kneel before my father's portrait, kowtow 3 times, and then obediently return the Hichu and Luo Shu. I'll leave your corpse intact. Hearing Sima Tu's ridiculously arrogant words, Bai's eyes showed amusement as he chuckled. Now I'm really curious. What gives you this kind of confidence? This isn't confidence, it's assurance. Sima Tu finished offering incense. He turned around to look at Bai, his eyes filled with pity as he said softly, it seems that you still haven't grasped the situation. So-called celestials are, in fact, nothing but complete fools. With that, Sima Tu raised his hand, and 2 powerful divine artifacts flew out from behind the morning hall, dancing around Sima Tu. And those 2 divine artifacts were none other than Bai's own treasures, the Karma Flame Lotus and the Heaven Measuring Ruler. Oh, you can actually manipulate my divine artifacts? Seeing his Karma Flame Lotus and Heaven Measuring Ruler being controlled by Sima Tu, Bai's eyes also revealed a trace of curiosity. His 10 divine artifacts all possessed artifact spirits, recognizing him as their master. Even if others obtained his divine artifacts, they would not be able to wield them. But now, Sima Tu, a mere mortal, could repeatedly activate the Karma Flame Lotus and Heaven Measuring Ruler. This had certainly piqued Bai's interest. Bai examined the Karma Flame Lotus and Heaven Measuring Ruler. He discovered that he could no longer sense the presence of the artifact spirits, and instead, he sensed Sima Tu's imprint. They are dormant, no wonder. After confirming the condition of his 2 divine artifacts, Bai was not in a hurry. He smiled at Sima Tu and asked, you wouldn't happen to be planning to use my divine artifacts to attack me, would you? They are my divine artifacts now. Karma Flame Lotus. Sima Tu sneered and activated the Karma Flame Lotus. Boom. The Karma Flame Lotus spewed out a fire dragon that charged towards Bai, instantly engulfing Sima Jing's morning hall. A fire dragon rose into the sky, hovering above Water Mirror Villa, turning the entire area crimson. All the Sima family disciples looked up at the magnificent fire dragon in shock and instinctively fell to their knees. The fire dragon's divine power was comparable to that of the heavenly Tao, and above the fire dragon, there was a lotus platform enveloped in flames. Sima Tu sat in the center of the lotus platform. Everyone, look. The family head is on top of the fire dragon. When one of the Sima family disciples saw Sima Tu sitting in the center of the lotus platform, they couldn't help but cry out in shock. A wave of excitement swept through all the disciples. The Sima family disciples, who had initially despaired due to Bai's arrival, now had joy written all over their faces as they saw Sima Tu, who was like a god on the lotus platform. They cheered, the family head's divine power is unparalleled. Long live the family head. Family head, quickly capture that intruder. The disciples shouted loudly, their eyes filled with fervent worship for Sima Tu. At this moment, no one cared about the morning hall that was being burnt to ashes. In truth, after Sima Jing's death, the pillar of hope in the disciples' hearts had collapsed. Many disciples had already begun to secretly plot their departure from the Sima family. But now, Sima Tu had displayed great power, rekindling the hope in the hearts of the disciples. Sima Tu sat on the lotus platform, looked at the raging flames in the morning hall, and said coldly, "Humph. He can't even withstand the power of the karma flame lotus. It seems that this Bai Yu is just a pretender. I don't know why Wu Ju was so afraid of him." Sima too smiled, preparing to withdraw the karma flame and look for the Hichu and Luo Shu on Bai Yu, when he suddenly saw a figure standing tall in the sea of fire. The karma flame lotus can burn everything, where the great Tao doesn't die, and the karma flames never extinguish. How has a chaos treasure become like this in your hands? At that moment, Bai Yu's voice echoed from within the raging flames, instantly freezing the smile on Sima Tu's face. How is this possible? Sima Tu's expression shifted slightly as he saw that Bai Yu was not consumed by the karma flame lotus. He quickly summoned the heaven measuring ruler. Heaven measuring ruler. Sima Tu roared, and the black aura-covered heaven measuring ruler instantly enlarged, hovering above Water Mirror Villa, radiating endless power. The disciples in Water Mirror Villa could not withstand the power of the heaven measuring ruler, and they were all forced to the ground, unable to move. Some of those with weaker cultivation even started bleeding from their orifices due to the pressure of the heaven measuring ruler. Sima Tu's face was cruel as he glared at the sea of fire below, roaring, "Bai Yu, take my strike!" Boom! The heaven measuring ruler crashed down, directly splitting open the karma flame and striking toward Bai Yu. Wherever the heaven measuring ruler passed, space was distorted. Many of the disciples in Water Mirror Villa were directly sent flying by the power of the heaven measuring ruler and fell off the mountain. Even Kyoto Mountain was cracking under the pressure of the heaven measuring ruler, showing signs of collapsing. Bai Yu watched the heaven measuring ruler come crashing down inside. The heaven measuring ruler was the first ruler made after the creation of the world. Its divine power is enough to move mountains and overturn seas. To have such a divine artifact in your hands, yet being unable to unleash even 1/10,000th of its true power is truly a waste. Bai Yu sighed and raised his fair hand, easily catching the incoming heaven measuring ruler. The power unleashed by the heaven measuring ruler instantly disappeared like smoke. Water Mirror Villa returned to calmness. Impossible. How can someone catch the heaven measuring ruler with bare hands? Sima Tu, who was seated on the karma flame lotus, saw that Bai Yu had easily caught the attack of the heaven measuring ruler and was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of his sockets. He was manipulating the heaven measuring ruler, so he naturally knew how powerful that strike had been. That strike was enough to cut Kyoto into two. A divine ruler with such power had been caught so easily by Bai Yu? Your imprint on the heaven measuring ruler is nothing more than an unbearable stain, Bai Yu said, easily wiping away Sima Tu's imprint on the heaven measuring ruler. Sima Tu, seeing that Bai Yu had easily taken away the heaven measuring ruler, felt his heart ache, his teeth clenching as he said, "Damn it!" It seems that Bai Yu was holding back, able to reclaim his own divine artifacts. Using the heaven measuring ruler and the karma flame lotus to attack him is like throwing meat buns at a dog. Sima Tu came to his senses and immediately used the karma flame lotus to withdraw the karma flames, and then he put away the karma flame lotus, fearing that Bai Yu would take that away as well. The heaven measuring ruler and the karma flame lotus were treasures of the same level as the Hichu and Luo Shu. Sima Tu did not want to lose them all. Bai Yu did not care that Sima Tu had withdrawn the karma flame lotus. He smiled at Sima Tu, who had returned to the estate, and asked, "Without the heaven measuring ruler, and now that you dare not use the karma flame lotus, what are you going to use to fight me?" Sima Tu's face showed no panic, and instead he said to Bai Yu, "Bai Yu, the heaven measuring ruler and the karma flame lotus were never my trump cards to deal with you. I was thinking that if I could take care of you with your own divine artifacts, I wouldn't need to trouble myself, but now it seems I still have to sacrifice a little bit. However, to be able to retrieve the Hichu and Luo Shu and the heaven measuring ruler, it is all worth it." Saying this, Sima Tu took a deep breath and then solemnly asked Bai Yu, "Bai Yu, do you know why my family moved to Kyoto Mountain?" Bai Yu chuckled, "I don't know, and I don't care. Ignorance is bliss." Sima Tu sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. "Fine, I will let you see the true power of the Sima family." Chapter 68. seizing fortune to become immortal. Sima too clasped his hands together, his face turning crimson, and the white mourning clothes he wore began to move without any wind. 4 directions, 5 elements, grand formation. Sima too roared, slamming his palm onto the marble floor. Buzz! A magic circle with extremely intricate patterns spread out from the center of Sima too's palm. The stone pillars at the 4 corners of Water Mirror Villa flew up once again. Again? Baiyu, seeing the stone pillars levitate in Water Mirror Villa, couldn't help but be stunned. Before, when Sima Feng had attempted to activate the formation, he had killed Sima Feng, preventing the formation from completing. Now that Sima too was activating the formation again, Baiyu barely managed to suppress his impulse to kill Sima too, starting the formation right in front of your enemy. If this were a battle among immortals, the one starting the formation would have had their head chopped off long ago. Oh well, I've come all the way to Kyoto. It'd be too boring if I just flattened the Sima family in a few moves. Let's see what kind of shenanigans this Sima too is planning. Baiyu whispered, suppressing his killing intent. He actually retrieved the heaven measuring ruler and began to absorb the source power he had stored inside. Pure spiritual energy flowed from the inside of the heaven measuring ruler, nourishing the meridians in Baiyu's body and finally converging into his dantian. The power is gradually returning. Baiyu sensed that his body was beginning to crave greater power, and a smile appeared on his face. After being in the nether prison, devoid of any spiritual energy, for 10,000 years, his power had been all but depleted. Now that he was retrieving the source power he had hidden in the heaven measuring ruler, his strength had already recovered by 1/10. Roar! While Baiyu was absorbing the source power from the heaven measuring ruler, a dragon's roar echoed from the bottom of Water Mirror Villa, followed by a dazzling golden light that shot into the sky. Baiyu looked up and saw a golden dragon suspended in the sky above Water Mirror Villa. However, the golden dragon was bound by golden chains to the stone pillars at the 4 corners of Water Mirror Villa. Sima too smiled at Baiyu. Baiyu, beneath this Kyoto mountain lies a dragon vein that has yet to be discovered. The reason why my Sima family moved here was to lock down the dragon vein and steal the fortune of an entire nation. Baiyu chuckled at Sima Tuesday. Locking a dragon vein? What century is this? Is the Sima family still dreaming of becoming emperors? The fortune of the current nation was prosperous. Buried beneath Kyoto was the ancestral dragon vein. The fortune of this nation was so powerful that even the heavenly palace could not manipulate or interfere with it. The small dragon vein that Sima too had locked down might have allowed the Sima family to become a feudal lord during the spring and autumn or warring states periods. But now, it was completely useless. At most, this dragon vein would provide Sima too with some spiritual energy, allowing him to touch the threshold of becoming an earth immortal. Unfortunately, Sima too was unaware of all of this. He imprisoned the dragon vein and smiled at Baiyu. My Sima family's secret technique allows me to control the dragon vein, forcefully drawing out its power and injecting it into the human body to strengthen my own strength. Baiyu, you're now battling against the master of an entire nation. Having said that, Sima too activated his secret technique and forcefully absorbed the power of the dragon vein. His entire aura began to skyrocket. As Sima too absorbed the power of the dragon vein, the other Sima family disciples also shared some of the dragon vein's fortune, and their strength began to soar. The disciples were astonished as they felt the changes in their power, and their confidence exploded. The power flowing into my body, it's so strong. I was originally just a third-rate cultivator, but now I'm likely among the first-class practitioners in the Jianghu. Is this the power of the dragon vein? Haha, it's a good thing I'm a disciple of the Sima family. My Sima family is invincible. The Sima family disciples were overjoyed, and they began to cheer loudly. They all picked up their weapons and surrounded Baiyu once more. Sima too flew into the sky, looking down at Baiyu, who was standing in the plaza, and said, Baiyu, the 4 directions 5 elements grand formation can not only lock down the dragon vein and absorb its power, it can also seal off the entire Water Mirror Villa, preventing the dragon vein's power from leaking out. Now that the formation is complete, Water Mirror Villa is completely sealed. You cannot escape. All disciples, listen to my orders. Yes. The Sima family disciples all responded loudly, their roars shaking the heavens, their momentum soaring high. Sima too waved his hand and shouted, "Capture by you." Understood. The Sima family disciples were all fired up, and they all charged towards Baiyu, moving more than twice as fast as before. Baiyu, seeing the Sima family disciples charging toward him, simply smiled faintly. Then, he tossed the heaven-measuring ruler into the air. The heaven-measuring ruler quickly enlarged and crushed more than a dozen Sima family disciples to death. However, after the disciples were crushed to death, their bodies turned into specks of golden light, and they were then resurrected in the stone pillars at the four corners of Water Mirror Villa. Sima too laughed loudly, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Within the four directions 5 elements formation, as long as the dragon vein does not die, you will not die. Charge forth without restraint." Seeing that they could be resurrected after death, the Sima family disciples were no longer afraid, and they charged even more ferociously towards Baiyu. They all viewed Sima too as their future emperor, and now, as long as they killed Baiyu, they could achieve great merit and be promoted to kings and ministers later. In an instant, all of the Sima family disciples' eyes turned bloodshot. Baiyu, seeing the disciples who were not afraid of death charging towards him, his eyes filled with pity as he sighed, "They're just fools who aren't afraid of death. They don't even realize they're being used." This four directions 5 elements grand formation did not have the ability to revive the dead. Those disciples who were crushed to death by the heaven-measuring ruler only appeared to be resurrected on the 4 stone pillars. In reality, those were just illusory forms created by the power of the dragon vein. Those who had died had all become nourishment for the dragon vein. It was obvious that Sima too was planning to sacrifice all of the Sima family disciples to strengthen the dragon vein, and then swallow the dragon vein himself to achieve immortality. However, although Baiyu saw through Sima too's scheme, he didn't bother to expose him. He simply activated the heaven-measuring ruler to crush the rest of the Sima family disciples to death. Even if Sima too became an immortal, so what? Baiyu looked at Sima too, who was hovering in the air, constantly drawing out the power of the dragon vein. He smiled slightly and chuckled, "Sima too, oh Sima too, you are not yet an immortal, so you probably don't know that even the celestials in the heavens, in my eyes, are nothing but ants." Thump! As the heaven-measuring ruler crushed the last of the Sima family disciples to death, Sima too could not stop the corners of his mouth from turning up. He could barely contain his smile. "Ha ha ha! Finally, those nuisances are all dead. Although I sacrificed the entire Sima family this time, as long as I alone become an immortal, and I possess the Hichu and Luo Shu, the Karma Flame Lotus, and the heaven-measuring ruler, even if I reach the heavens, there will definitely be a place for me. From now on, I will be an immortal lord." Sima too laughed. He formed hand seals, activating the formation. The chains that had bound the dragon vein began to frantically draw out the power of the dragon vein, pouring it into his body. With the final wail of the dragon vein, all of its power flowed into Sima too's body. Sima too's pupils turned gold, and a dragon pattern appeared on his forehead. He slowly descended to the ground and chuckled softly at Baiyu. "Baiyu, I must thank you. If not for the pressure you gave my family's disciples, they would not have sacrificed themselves so easily, helping me become immortal. Therefore, to repay your kindness, I shall then—" Baiyu interrupted, "Therefore, you should kneel down and kowtow to me." Boom! As soon as he spoke, Sima too suddenly felt an incredibly terrifying pressure on his shoulders. This. Sima too's pupils constricted sharply as he felt that powerful pressure. His knees could no longer withstand it, and they began to buckle. Thump! The next moment, Sima too knelt down before Baiyu. Chapter 69. Invincible? You still kneel. The atmosphere within the Water Mirror Manor grew exceptionally awkward. Sima too stared at his knees in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend that he had just fallen to his knees. Why? Sima too trembled slightly, his mind in utter chaos. "I've already become an immortal. I should be invincible. Why would I kneel? Sima too mumbled to himself, then glared at Bai Yu. His voice sharp and accusatory. Bai Yu? What exactly did you do to me? Sima too still couldn't accept that he'd been forced to the ground by Yu's mere pressure. He was convinced he had fallen victim to some kind of underhanded trick from Bai Yu, causing his own strength to wane so dramatically. Bai Yu looked upon the kneeling Sima too with pity and said calmly, sacrificing the entire Sima family, absorbing the power of the dragon vein. Yet you only obtained this meager amount of strength? Truly uninteresting. The dragon vein's power is wasted on you. As he spoke, Bai Yu slightly beckoned towards Sima too, and immediately, a clear dragon roar echoed from within Sima too's body. Roar! A golden dragon emerged from Sima too's body, hovering once more above the water mirror manor. Sima too stared at the golden dragon in the sky, his eyes wide with fear, as he panicked, No, that's my dragon vein's power. It's the foundation of my immortality. You can't take it. Sima too had only just achieved immortality and hadn't even gotten a taste of its true power before Bai Yu extracted the dragon vein's power. The sheer difference in his situation within such a short period was unacceptable. No, that's my power. Sima too watched as the dragon vein's power was being drained from him, his face contorting in desperation, his entire demeanor turning manic. Nobody can take away my dragon vein's power. Sima too roared, taking out a vial of black liquid from his pocket and downing it in one gulp. That's the aura of Netherflame? Bai Yu, seeing Sima too drink a vial of Netherflame poison, narrowed his eyes slightly. He slowed the extraction of the dragon vein's power, wanting to see what other tricks Sima too had up his sleeve. Gulp, gulp. After drinking the Netherflame, Sima too's skin became infected with its venom, his entire face turning purple. Then, half of his face was corroded away, making him look grotesque and horrifying. However, Sima too's power rapidly increased. A large amount of black toxins surged from his body, entangling the dragon vein power circling in the air, absorbing it once again. Boom! After drinking the Netherflame poison, Sima too had regained the dragon vein's power. His momentum surged dramatically, surpassing the Earth immortal level and faintly touching the threshold of the celestial immortal realm. Dense black energy surged into the sky, causing a dark cloud to gather above the water mirror manor, blotting out the sun. Sima too, his face now a monstrous mess, laughed at Bai Yu. Ha ha ha. Bai Yu, you didn't expect this, did you? I can still become stronger. This improved Netherflame poison can maximize a person's potential and even seize the fortune of heaven and earth. I am now invincible. Bai Yu remained calm, his expression filled with even more pity, as he said, resorting to such crooked means to improve your cultivation, ending up like this, neither human nor ghost. Even if you possess the power of an immortal, you're nothing but a ghost immortal unworthy of reincarnation. Sima too, you're already finished even without my help. Sima too glared at Bai Yu. Whether I'm finished or not is not for you to decide. My body is now infused with the power of the dragon vein and the Netherflame, the convergence of ultimate yang and ultimate yin. I am invincible. Is that so? Bai Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, and he lightly chuckled. It's a pity. You still have to kneel before me. Boom. Another tremendous wave of pressure erupted from Bai Yu, crushing down on Sima too. Sima too's smile froze the instant he felt Bai Yu's overwhelming aura. He frantically activated his spiritual power, attempting to resist. But his efforts were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His released spiritual energy was even more fragile than paper in the face of Bai Yu's aura. Thump! Unable to last even a second, Sima too was once again forced to kneel before Bai Yu. This time, Sima too was completely dumbfounded. He had already paid the price of abandoning his humanity, drinking the Netherflame poison and condemning himself to feeding on humans. Yet why was he still no match for Bai Yu? No, impossible. No one can be this strong. Something must be wrong. Sima too frantically pressed his hands against the marble slabs, desperately pushing his Netherflame poison and dragon vein power to their limits. trying to force himself to stand. Boom! Purple and golden energies exploded from Sima Tu's body, causing the entire Mount Jing to tremble violently. A golden dragon, wrapped by a giant black serpent, materialized behind Sima Tu, roaring at Baiyu. Mount Jing began to crack. The entire capital city shook violently. Even the ancestral dragon veins sleeping beneath the capital showed signs of awakening. The power Sima Tu was now releasing was already on par with a celestial immortal. Baiyu, I am invincible. Sima Tu gritted his teeth, struggling inch by inch to stand up. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Baiyu. His entire face contorted into an extreme mask. Crack. 2 claws grew from Sima Tu's back, along with the tail of a giant serpent. His legs morphed into dragon claws, his whole body covered in snake scales. He had completely transformed into a monster. Pathetic. Baiyu looked at Sima Tu's current form, mocking him without sympathy. The sky-measuring ruler flew out, rapidly extending and slamming into Sima Tu with tremendous force. Bang! Sima Tu was sent flying by the brutal blow, crashing through the walls of the Water Mirror Manor and rolling to the edge of the cliff, nearly falling down. How could this be? Sima Tu lay prone at the edge of the cliff, trying to get up, but the sky-measuring ruler's impact had shattered every bone in his body. He was completely crippled. Baiyu retrieved the sky-measuring ruler and walked over to Sima Tu, draining every last bit of the dragon vein's power from his body. Even strengthened by nether flame, you're still just a waste. There's no need to struggle any further. Sima Tu felt the dragon vein power being continuously drained from him, his head raised with great difficulty as he looked at Baiyu absorbing the power and asked in a trembling voice, You were suppressed in the Kunlun nether prison for 10 years, right? Logically speaking, your power should be less than 1/10 of what it was. Why are you still so strong? Baiyu finished absorbing all of the dragon vein power from Sima Tu and smiled back at Sima Tu. You want to know? Sima Tu swallowed, his voice trembling. Tell me. Let me die with some understanding. He had fully accepted his defeat and only wanted to know just how strong Baiyu actually was. Baiyu smiled and said, You tell me where you got the nether flame poison from, and I'll let you die with understanding. Sima Tu had lost everything and had nothing left to hide, so he answered, I got it from Wu Jiu. Hearing Sima Tu's reply, Baiyu lowered his gaze and softly murmured, Wu Jiu. So there truly is a descendant of the Wu clan today? Sima Tu stared at Baiyu and asked, I've already told you what you wanted to know. Now it's your turn to tell me how you managed to avoid the weakening effects of the Kunlun nether prison and maintained your peak power. Baiyu snapped back to the present and smiled at Sima Tu. My current strength is only 1/10 of what it was. Sima Tu's pupils shrank suddenly. In the next moment, he saw the sky-measuring ruler descending towards him. Thump! A vibrant flower of blood bloomed on the peak of Mount Jing. Chapter 70. Nationwide Wanted. With Sima Tu's soul scattered, Baiyu retrieved his karma fire lotus, absorbed the source power he had stored within it, and then set the Water Mirror Manor ablaze. With this, the Sima family is no more. My 2 divine artifacts have been recovered, and this matter is concluded. Baiyu stood before the raging flames, looking at the sky-measuring ruler and karma fire lotus floating before him, and thought of Bai Feng. Bai Feng had worked diligently for him for decades, but due to a moment's wayward thought, he had ultimately met such a fate, which was extremely regrettable. Alas, the Bai family has fallen to such a state. I, as their master, bear a great deal of responsibility. Feng, I hope in your next life, you won't stray from the right path. Baiyu sighed, and a mountain breeze swept past. Above Mount Jing, Bai Feng and the spirits of the Bai family members stood in the clouds, bowing deeply to Baiyu before finally scattering with the wind, reincarnated. Baiyu watched as the Water Mirror Manor was completely reduced to ashes, before transforming into wind and departing. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a plume of dark mist appeared in the ruins of the Water Mirror Manor, and said, Sima Tu, Sima Tu, you didn't listen to my advice. You truly deserve it. It's just a pity about my nether flame poison. Baiyu was here the whole time, and I couldn't collect any experimental data. Oh well, I'll just have to find another test subject. My Wu clan will surely be revived by my hand. As the black mist spoke, it burrowed back into the sky. Zhang City, the old-fashioned residential compound where Aunt Nyo's family lived. Baiyu arrived at the entrance of the compound, retracted the He Tu Luo Shu, and teleported Aunt Nyo, Bai Xiaoya, and Wang Sha back. Daddy! Bai Xiaoya saw Baiyu and immediately rushed into his arms, giving him a big hug as she cried, I saw the news. The whole country is looking for you. Daddy, you're obviously being framed. Although Baiyu had already dealt with the Black Moon Church and the Sima family, the blame for the incident at Tanghua residential compound was still on Baiyu's shoulders. Now, the whole country believed that Baiyu was the culprit. Baiyu wasn't bothered by this. He patted Bai Xiaoya's back and smiled lightly. It's okay. I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry. Aunt Nyo also looked worried as she said to Baiyu, Mr. Bai, I'm sorry. I'm just a little demon spirit. I don't have any influence on either side. This time the matter is too big. Even the demon realm is shaken. I'm afraid I can't be of any help. Baiyu smiled at Aunt Nyo. Why are you apologizing to me? If anything, I'm the one who will have to continue troubling you. Aunt Nyo was taken aback. Mr. Bai, do you need my help with something? Baiyu said, although I'm not afraid of being wanted, in today's society, being on the run with Xiaoya is always going to be problematic. Now that the Bai family has had their accident, I can't get my hands on much money either, so I can only impose on you and old Chu to move back to the old house and ask you to look after Xiaoya for a while. Aunt Nyo laughed. Hey, I thought it was something serious. What's there to impose on? To be honest, we've wanted to move back here for a long time. That place at Tanghua Pinnacle was too fancy. We didn't feel comfortable there. Bai Xiaoya nodded as well. Mama Nyo is right. Tanghua Pinnacle was too luxurious. I wasn't used to living there either. It feels more like home in this old compound. Daddy, you don't have to worry about me. Silly girl. Baiyu smiled as he rubbed Bai Xiaoya's head. He then transformed the Karma Fire Lotus into a necklace and fastened it around Bai Xiaoya's neck, and said gently, Xiaoya, even though you'll continue living at Aunt Nyo's house, it'll be different from before. You can't cause any trouble for Aunt Nyo. Aunt Nyo quickly said, Mr. Bai, you're being too formal. We all see Xiaoya as our own daughter. How could there be any trouble? Baiyu thanked Aunt Nyo. Aunt Nyo, I am grateful for this great kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. Having said that, Baiyu also gave a bit of his spiritual power to Aunt Nyo for self-defense, and then said, It's getting late. You should go back first. Bai Xiaoya asked Baiyu, Daddy, aren't you coming home with us? Baiyu shook his head and smiled. Aren't I a wanted criminal now? Going back with you will cause a lot of trouble. Once I've dealt with the problem, I'll come get you. Bai Xiaoya frowned. But such a big thing. Can you handle it, Daddy? Baiyu chuckled. Trust Daddy. Your daddy isn't immortal, and besides, those things weren't done by me. It won't take long to clear my name. If you miss me, Xiaoya, just pat the necklace I gave you, and I'll be able to appear in front of you anytime. I believe in Daddy. Bai Xiaoya nodded, holding the necklace to her chest, her eyes already sparkling. Although the situation was severe, Bai Xiaoya believed that Baiyu had the ability to handle everything. Aunt Nyo pulled Bai Xiaoya back and said to Baiyu, There are a lot of people around the entrance of the compound. I'll take Xiaoya back first. Baiyu waved and smiled. Okay, goodbye. Aunt Nyo, goodbye, Mr. Bai. Bai Xiaoya, goodbye, Daddy. Aunt Nyo bowed slightly to Baiyu, and then took Bai Xiaoya back into the compound. Wang Sha, seeing that Baiyu and Aunt Nyo had both left, asked Baiyu, Baiyu, the whole country is looking for you right now. Although there are no photos of you on the wanted list, I doubt that you can continue being a teacher at your school. What are you planning to do next? Baiyu pondered for a moment, then asked Wang Sha, Do you have any spare rooms at your place? Wang Sha was taken aback. Huh. Baiyu said, My secular assets were all managed by Bai Feng. Now that something has happened to the Bai family, I am naturally penniless as well. Also, since the Tanghua Pinnacle compound was massacred, I can't live in my house there. My brother Yu Chong has a family, so I can't go there either. So, I have nowhere to live right now. Hearing Baiyu's words, Wang Sha was first stunned, Then, "If." She burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. You're killing me." "Baiyu, what are you laughing at?" Wang Sha clutched her stomach, wiping away the tears of laughter that had formed at the corner of her eyes, and said to Baiyu, "I just didn't expect that you, a dignified immortal who doesn't need to worry about worldly affairs and splashes money around like water, would one day be poorer than me." Wang Sha still clearly remembered Baiyu's extravagant feat of buying all the land in the entire dragon family village with a few words, and also giving everyone sky-high compensation fees. His spending was like he was treating money like it was worthless paper. But how long had it been? Baiyu was already penniless, without even a place to live. It was really like a tiger fallen into a ditch, being bullied by dogs. Baiyu, however, didn't care about Wang Sha's ridicule, but instead said, "Wang Sha, don't forget, I still owe you a demon core. If you abandon me, then your millions would also go down the drain." Hearing Baiyu's words, Wang Sha's laughter stopped abruptly, and her face turned green. She glared at Baiyu with gritted teeth and angrily said, "You shameless bastard! Have you forgotten that you're still a wanted criminal? You're afraid of causing trouble for your daughter, but you're not afraid of causing trouble for me?" Baiyu smiled. "You're my creditor, not my daughter. Why would I be afraid of causing trouble for you?" "You." Wang Sha was speechless when she heard Baiyu's words, unsure of how to retort. However, for the sake of her demon core, Wang Sha could only suppress her anger, and took out a spare key from her pocket, throwing it to Baiyu, as she reluctantly said, "I have a spare room at my place. You can stay there. But you have to be clear, we're roommates from now on. This isn't a free place for you to stay. I'm going to charge you rent." Baiyu took the spare key and chuckled, "Thank you, then I won't stand on ceremony. But the rent will have to wait." Did you ever stand on ceremony with me? Chapter 71. Even an immortal lord needs to pay rent. Jiang City Garden Compound, on the outskirts of Jiang City's 5th Ring Road. A tired Wang Sha pushed open the door and walked in, immediately collapsing onto the sofa piled with lingerie. She said to Baiyu outside the door, "The room at the back is empty. You can stay in there." Baiyu stepped inside, seeing the messy living room and the carelessly scattered underwear and stockings. His lips twitched. He asked Wang Sha, "Do you never clean up?" "After finishing class, I still have to do the association's daily tasks. Every day I come back half dead. Where do I have the time to clean?" Wang Sha said, her eyes closed. Suddenly she remembered Baiyu was male, and her pretty face instantly turned red. She jumped up from the sofa and dashed towards Baiyu at top speed. She pushed Baiyu out of the door, her face flushed, saying, "Wait outside for a bit." Bang! With that, Wang Sha slammed the door shut. Baiyu saw Wang Sha simply locking him outside, and he couldn't help shaking his head and smiling. But he didn't use the key to open the door. He simply waited outside. After all, no one wanted a member of the opposite sex to see their underwear and stockings strewn all over the place. Half an hour later, Wang Sha, looking a little dark under the eyes, finally opened the door, yawning as she said to Baiyu, "Come in. I've cleaned up." "Thank you." Baiyu chuckled lightly as he walked inside, discovering that the entire living room had been cleaned quite a bit. At least he couldn't see any underwear or stockings anymore. Wang Sha yawned again, then said to Baiyu, "You can clean your own room. There's still some food in the fridge. If you're hungry, you can eat something. I have to go out in a bit." Baiyu glanced at the dark sky outside the window and couldn't help but ask Wang Sha, "It's so late. What are you going out to do?" Wang Sha rolled her eyes at Baiyu. "Isn't it all because of you? I took out a loan to buy new weapons to catch that fox demon, but I didn't get the demon core. Now, I have to repay the loan every month. Originally, the reward for the mission when Sima Jing hired us as waiters was also very generous, but then you killed Sima Jing, which meant I didn't get the reward either. Now, I am still penniless and have to do the association's tasks every day. Tell me how I could be so unlucky, having to deal with someone like you?" Baiyu, seeing Wang Sha's resentful expression, chuckled, "Anyway, I don't have anything to do tonight. How about I accompany you on your mission? What would you do? You don't need money." Hearing Baiyu's words, Wang Sha was first taken aback. Then she remembered that Baiyu was no longer a tycoon, but was an even poorer pauper than she was. Thinking about that, Wang Sha couldn't help but giggle, laughing. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot again. Now you, as an immortal lord, have a cleaner pocket than your face. You should find a job. How about this? You wait for me to take a shower, and then we go out together. Baiyu smiled and nodded. Okay. After seeing Wang Sha walk into the bathroom, Baiyu sat on the sofa and took out the He Tu Luo shoe, making a copy of it. Old Rat 3 had a large amount of information. Now that Bai Feng was gone, Baiyu needed to rely on Old Rat 3's intelligence network to find the rest of his divine artifacts and also retrieve Lu Wen's remaining soul. For Old Rat 3, a well-known information head in the Three Realms, Baiyu also needed to use necessary methods to win him over. After all, the He Tu Luo Shu was a world-renowned book, and with Baiyu only having recovered 1/5 of his strength, it still required quite a bit of energy for him to copy it. It was only after Wang Sha had finished showering and come out that Baiyu had barely finished copying the He Tu Luo Shu. I didn't expect that copying the He Tu Luo Shu would take so much effort. It seems that I still have to recover my divine weapons and regain my strength quickly. Baiyu put away the He Tu Luo Shu and the copy, sighing lightly, seemingly dissatisfied with his own expenditure of energy. At this time, Wang Sha, wrapped in a bath towel, was drying her hair with a towel. She came out of the bathroom and saw Baiyu's pale face and asked, "What happened to you? Your face looks terrible." Baiyu rested for a few moments before looking at Wang Sha and saying, "I'm fine. You, on the other hand, should be a little more careful." Careful about what? Hearing Baiyu's reminder, Wang Sha was first taken aback. Then she looked at the bath towel that was tightly wrapped around her voluptuous body. Her pretty face blushed. She quickly covered her body and hurried back to her room. A few minutes later, Wang Sha, who had changed her clothes, came out of the room, looking rather embarrassed as she said to Baiyu, "I'm sorry. I'm used to living alone, and I only ever have female friends over. You suddenly living in my house, I'm still not used to it." Baiyu chuckled. "If you don't mind, I don't mind having such beautiful scenery." Hearing Baiyu's teasing, Wang Sha's pretty face flushed again. Then she quickly gathered her emotions, glaring at Baiyu and saying, "Although you are handsome, and we live under the same roof, don't even think about seducing me. I only like women." "Oh, your statement makes me even more interested." Baiyu playfully sized up Wang Sha, joking. However, although Baiyu said that, his heart belonged only to his deceased wife Lu Wen, and he wasn't interested in Wang Sha at all. Wang Sha ignored Baiyu's teasing, glanced at the time, and said to Baiyu, "Let's not talk about these things, we should go, we're going to be late." "Okay." Baiyu stood up and asked Wang Sha, "Are we killing demons or ghosts today?" "What killed demons or ghosts?" Wang Sha looked at Baiyu, puzzled. Baiyu was taken aback. "Aren't we going out to exorcise demons?" "Wang Sha, when did I say we were going out to exorcise demons? Do you think exorcism missions are so easy to come by? And these days, demons have really good self-management, and it's lucky if you encounter a law-breaking demon once a month. Besides, the exorcist industry is so competitive these days, and the number of demons we can actually get assigned to is even fewer. Or else why do you think I am so poor?" Baiyu's lips twitched as he asked, Then what is our job today?" "Wang Sha, working as a waiter in a bar." "Baiyu, how could a dignified immortal lord go and work as a waiter?" Wang Sha, seeing Baiyu's unwilling expression, said, "Even as an immortal lord, you have to pay rent. If you don't go to work, then you have to find a way to earn money yourself. I don't keep idle people." Baiyu sighed slightly. "Since I owe you, I have to repay you, and besides, I've already said, let's go. I'll accompany you to work, and just treat it as experiencing the mortal world and comprehending the heavenly Tao." Wang Sha didn't expect Baiyu to actually agree. She couldn't help but imagine Baiyu wearing a waiter's uniform, and smiled to herself as her mouth started to water. She came back to her senses and smiled at Baiyu. "Then let's go. With a handsome guy like you there, our sales will definitely explode today. We won't be evicted by the landlord." Baiyu's face darkened. "Why does this sound a little weird? Is it a legitimate bar?" Wang Sha smiled slyly. "Of course, it's legitimate." Chapter 72. Work, Immortal Lord. Jiang City, the Lotus Pond Moonlight Bar. Baiyu, dressed in a bartender's uniform and holding a drinks tray, was now regretting agreeing to work as a waiter with Wang Sha. He felt like he was under 1,000 scrutinizing gazes just standing in the bar. Although many goddesses had been sending him flirtatious glances back when Bai Yu was still an official in the Heavenly Palace, the Heavenly Palace's rules were strict, and the goddesses didn't dare violate them, only daring to steal glances at Bai Yu. Those goddesses' gazes were nothing like the aggressive ones he was getting from the women in this bar. In less than an hour of working in this bar, he had been asked for his WeChat by at least 20 women, and it was beyond annoying. Wang Sha, who was also dressed in a bartender's uniform, whistled as she approached Bai Yu and said, "Not bad, Bai Yu. Since you came today, our bar's foot traffic has at least doubled. The manager said he'll give us a raise, and he even asked me if you'd be interested in trying other jobs." Bai Yu's face darkened as he asked Wang Sha, "You're a demon hunter at the end of the day. Can't you do a proper job?" "Wang Sha, what's improper about my job? Being a waiter, I haven't broken any laws. Besides, Bai Yu, you're a wanted criminal right now. You can't get a job that's slightly high-end, unless you can just print money." Bai Yu said, "Creating money isn't difficult for me, but I haven't stooped to using such ill-gotten methods to make money." "Right. Since you don't want to get something for nothing, then work honestly. Shouldn't you gods value the spirit of contracts? Since you're here, then just finish this job properly." Hearing Wang Sha's words, Bai Yu sighed slightly. "In short, today is my first and last time working in a bar. You go tell the manager that besides being a waiter, don't even think about getting me to do anything else." Wang Sha laughed. Okay, I know. I was just joking with you. I don't expect you to go and be a host. To be honest, I was very surprised that you came to work as a waiter with me." Bai Yu lowered his gaze and said solemnly, "I once sealed my cultivation and memories to experience the mortal world, and doing something like working as a waiter isn't the first time for me. But 10 years ago, a scoundrel took the opportunity to attack me and caused my family to be destroyed. Since then, I have no longer intended to experience the mortal world. I need to maintain my peak strength at all times." Wang Sha, seeing Bai Yu's suddenly terrifying gaze, was taken aback and realized that Bai Yu might have experienced something even more painful than her. Not dwelling on this topic, Wang Sha changed the subject. "By the way, do you know why the Demon Hunter Association has part-time assignments at bars?" Bai Yu came back to his senses and asked Wang Sha, "I've wanted to ask this from the beginning. Why would a dignified Demon Hunter Association do work for a middleman? After all, anyone could do a job as a bar waiter. There was no need for a demon hunter. Even if demons were rare these days, having demon hunters work as waiters was a complete waste of talent." Wang Sha said, "The association sent us here because this bar is not simple. Check it out." Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. "How so?" Wang Sha said, "This bar is one of the favorite spots for demons in Jiang City. By working here as waiters, we can come across a lot of demons, and from those demons, we might get some information about demons." Bai Yu glanced around the bar and nodded. "Indeed, there are more demons in this bar than in other places. In fact, in this era of rapid development of human society, the convenience of technology didn't only benefit humans. It had also benefited the gods and demons alike. In this era of globalization, many gods and demons had secretly blended into human society, living like ordinary people. Aunt Nyo was one of the many demons that had blended into ordinary society. Even at the school that Bai Xiaoya attended, Bai Yu had encountered a demon student who had hidden himself very well. Therefore, Bai Yu didn't pay much attention to the demonic energy that he felt in this bar. But now that Wang Sha mentioned it, Bai Yu noticed the peculiarity of the place. Wang Sha then pointed to an old man in a booth, hugging 2 beautiful women, and said to Bai Yu, "Look at that old man. He's a rat demon, a regular at this bar, and also the information king of this place. The last time our association got information that a fox demon was causing trouble, it came from him." Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. "You mean, you were informed beforehand that a fox demon was going to cause trouble? What else?" Wang Sha spread her hands. "I even took out a loan to update my equipment, hoping to make a big profit, but who knew I'd meet a guy like you?" Hearing Wang Sha's words, Bai Yu looked at the old man with a meaningful gaze. That fox demon had been sent by Su Yin on Luo Ho's order to test his strength. Since that old man was able to get information in advance, it meant that the old man was closely linked to Luo Ho. Demon Lord Luo Ho was one of the very few powerhouses in the three realms who required Bai Yu to go all out. Now that Bai Yu didn't know what Luo Ho was plotting, encountering an informant connected to Luo Ho might be an opportunity for him. I didn't think that I would come across useful people even working as a waiter in a bar. The heavenly Tao really favors me. Bai Yu smiled slightly and walked towards the old man. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Sha quickly grabbed Bai Yu. That old man is a VIP at this bar. He spends tens of thousands every night. If you offend him, we won't get our wages today. Bai Yu said, Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. I just want to ask him a few questions. Wang Sha tightly held on to Bai Yu, shaking her head. No way. If you attack him, it'll be either death or injury. I don't believe you'll just ask him a few questions. Even if you do want to ask, you can wait until our shift ends and we've received our pay. Bai Yu saw how determined Wang Sha was and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Fine, I'll listen to you for now. We'll talk after work. Hey, Bai Yu, Wang Sha, you two are here. I have something to tell you. At this moment, the bar's floor manager walked towards Bai Yu and Wang Sha. Wang Sha immediately released Bai Yu and asked the floor manager, Manager, what is it? The floor manager also pointed to the booth where the old man was and smiled at Bai Yu. Xiao Bai, did you see that old man? He's a VIP at our bar. Today, he brought a wealthy lady and needs a handsome guy to accompany them. But we're too busy today. I really don't have anyone else to spare. Xiao Bai, although you are just a waiter, your looks are good enough to be a big star. That wealthy lady will definitely be satisfied with you. Why don't you go and accompany them for a while? As he said this, the floor manager, afraid that Bai Yu wouldn't agree, patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I'll triple your salary tonight. Plus, you'll get a cut from the drinks sold at that table. You'll absolutely come out ahead. Wang Sha saw that the floor manager was actually going to send Bai Yu to that old man, and her expression changed instantly. She quickly said, Manager, actually Bai Yu. Bai Yu immediately stopped Wang Sha from speaking and smiled at the floor manager. No problem, manager. I'm willing to go. Chapter 73. Are you Mr. Bai? The floor manager, seeing Bai Yu agree, was immediately beaming with joy, patting Bai Yu's shoulder repeatedly as he laughed. Kid, you've got a bright future. I have other things to do. You can just go over there later. Bai Yu smiled and nodded. Okay. The floor manager nodded approvingly and chuckled. Good kid. Work hard. I'm counting on you. Put in a few more years, and you can take my position. I'll go take care of things. With that, the floor manager hummed a tune and left, pleased. Wang Sha hadn't expected things to turn out like this, and her expression completely changed. She quickly grabbed Bai Yu's arm, trying hard to squeeze out 2 tears as she pleaded with Bai Yu. My dear grand uncle, I beg you, please don't cause any trouble. I really don't have any money to pay rent. This salary is a lifesaver. Bai Yu smiled. Don't worry. I guarantee the guest will be satisfied, and your salary won't disappear. Really? Wang Sha's eyes were filled with hope as she looked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled and nodded. Really? I always do what I say. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha couldn't help but release Bai Yu's arm and said, I'll believe you just one more time. You absolutely must not cause any trouble. Put your heart at ease. Bai Yu gave Wang Sha an okay gesture and then walked towards the old man's booth. At this moment, the old man was enjoying himself, drinking happily with a woman on each side, not noticing that Bai Yu had arrived. Seeing Bai Yu approach, he instructed, My guest will be here in a while. Just sit opposite me and wait for a bit. All right. Bai Yu responded softly, sitting opposite the old man, completely hidden in the shadows, quietly observing the reveling old man. This guy's aura is similar to Old Rat 3. Could he be Old Rat 3's brother? But why haven't I heard Old Rat 3 mention him? Bai Yu lowered his gaze, thinking of Old Rat 3. He still had to make time to find Old Rat 3 to ask him for news about Wu Jia. While Bai Yu was thinking, Wang Sha, who was secretly observing Bai Yu not far away, saw that Bai Yu was indeed just sitting quietly, not doing anything, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief and began to get back to work. Bai Yu hadn't sat in the booth for long before he felt a powerful demon enter the bar. He couldn't help but look towards the entrance of the bar and saw a heavily made-up wealthy woman, flanked by 2 bodyguards, walk into the bar. Seeing that wealthy woman, Baiyu lowered his gaze, murmuring, "A snake demon with the cultivation of a demon king. I remember Aunt Nyo said there's a snake pit outside Jiang City, and the clan is all snake demons surnamed Nyo, and the owner of that snake pit is a black snake demon king. I wonder if this snake demon is that black demon king?" While Baiyu was muttering to himself, the old man also noticed the wealthy woman arrive. He quickly stood up and greeted the wealthy woman, "Sister Nyo, it's been a while." The wealthy woman walked over to Baiyu, glanced at Baiyu's profile, and then crossed her legs as she smiled at the old man. "Not bad, rat old too. I thought you hadn't taken my request to heart, but I didn't expect you to find such a handsome guy to accompany me." Rat old 2 laughed. "Sister Nyo, you're joking. When have I, rat old 2, ever fooled you? I am a VIP at this bar. Whatever handsome guy you want, I can arrange for you." "You are considerate." The wealthy woman covered her mouth and giggled. She then beckoned her 2 bodyguards to step aside, before showing off her graceful figure as she looked at Baiyu. "Handsome young man, what's your name?" Baiyu replied, "Baiyu." "Baiyu? That name sounds familiar." The wealthy woman mumbled Baiyu's name once, but couldn't recall where she had heard it before. However, she didn't think too much of it and reached out her delicate hand, reaching toward Baiyu's chest as she asked in a very seductive voice, "Handsome young man, are you interested in spending a night with Big Sister? Big Sister is very skilled." "Zzz. Ah?" Before the wealthy woman could touch Baiyu, her fingers were shocked by electricity. The wealthy woman stood up suddenly, giving Rat Old 2 a big fright. "Sister Nyo?" Rat Old 2 looked at the wealthy woman in a daze and asked, puzzled. The wealthy woman glared angrily at Rat Old 2 and yelled, "Rat Old 2, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to electrocute me?" Rat Old 2 was dumbfounded. "No, Sister Nyo, I don't understand. Why would I try to electrocute you?" The wealthy woman pointed at Baiyu in the shadows and yelled, "That kid is carrying electricity. You knew I'm most afraid of electricity, yet you put someone with electricity hidden on him near me?" Hearing the wealthy woman's accusations, Rat Old 2 also panicked and quickly stood up, trying to appease the wealthy woman. "Sister Nyo, please calm down. I will handle this matter and definitely give you an explanation." The wealthy woman glared at Rat Old 2 viciously and yelled, "You better give me an explanation, or else not only will our business be off, but your life won't be safe either." Hearing the wealthy woman's words, Rat Old 2 shuddered and quickly glared at Baiyu, questioning him. "What's going on, you brat? Why don't you quickly get up and apologize to Sister Nyo?" Baiyu remained sitting in the shadows and chuckled. "Let's not get so worked up. Let's sit down calmly and talk about business." "Talk about business?" Rat Old 2 laughed and said to Baiyu, "Who do you think you are, daring to talk to us like that? Why don't you quickly get up and apologize?" As he said that, Rat Old 2 kicked the table in front of him, trying to flip the table over and cause a big commotion. "Ouch!" Rat Old 2 suddenly fell onto the sofa, clutching his foot and crying out in pain, leaving the wealthy woman dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that Rat Old 2's powerful kick wouldn't even budge the table, but his own foot had swollen instead. Even if Rat Old 2 was weak, he was still a rat demon with some skill. He shouldn't be unable to kick over a table. Baiyu placed his foot on the table and smiled at Rat Old 2, who was clutching his foot in pain. "I said, let's all sit down calmly and talk business properly. Don't make too much of a commotion. My friend works part-time at this bar, and if you guys break up this place and cause my friend not to get their salary, I'll be very unhappy." Rat Old 2 clutched his foot, yelling in pain, "You bastard! What's your name? See if I don't kill you." Baiyu chuckled. "I said it just now. My name is Baiyu." "Baiyu, is it? I've memorized your name. See if I don't." Rat Old 2 yelled, but he stopped mid-sentence. His whole body froze. He couldn't spit out the rest of the harsh words, and fear surfaced on his face. The wealthy woman saw Rat Old 2's expression and frowned. "Rat Old 2, why are you wearing such a long face? Did Baiyu scare you?" Rat Old 2 swallowed heavily and looked at Baiyu stiffly and asked in a trembling voice, Why you? Are you Mr. Bai? When the words Mr. Bai came out of Rat Old Two's mouth, the name Bai Yu was like a thunderbolt and exploded in the wealthy woman's mind. Bai Yu, that immortal Lord Luoyun. Bai Yu? Thinking of this, the wealthy woman's face turned white, and she suddenly looked at Bai Yu, asking in a trembling voice, Why you? Are you Mr. Bai? Bai Yu's lips curled up slightly. He took his foot off the table. His face emerged from the shadows and asked Rat Old Two and the wealthy woman, So, can we sit down and talk properly now? When Rat Old Two saw Bai Yu's face, he slid off the sofa and directly knelt down before Bai Yu. Mr. Bai, I was wrong. Chapter 74. News of his wife? After seeing Rat Old Two's smooth and practiced kneeling posture, the wealthy woman's legs went soft, and she slumped onto the sofa. That was the dignified immortal Lord Luoyun, the #1 war god in the immortal realm. 10 years ago, Bai Yu had caused chaos in the 3 realms, and according to the laws, he should have been beheaded, but in the end, he was just suppressed in the nether prison. And after only 10 years, Bai Yu had come straight out of the nether prison and even fought with the demon Lord Luo Ho. What was even more terrifying was that Bai Yu had killed many gods and Buddhas in the immortal realm just a few days ago, and the heavenly palace and the western heaven hadn't dared to let out even a single fart. And just now, she had wanted this supreme immortal lord to be her bed companion. The wealthy woman's expression turned ashen when she thought about her previous behavior, and her eyes filled with despair. She had dug her own grave. At this moment, Wang Sha, who had come to deliver wine, saw Rat Old Two kneeling before Bai Yu. Her eyes changed slightly, and she glared at Bai Yu, questioning him. Bai Yu, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't cause trouble? When Bai Yu saw Wang Sha approaching, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately spread his hands to explain. Wang Sha, you have to believe me. I didn't do anything, nor did I cause any trouble. Wang Sha pointed at Rat Old Two. A VIP at our bar has knelt down. If the manager sees this, our wages are going to disappear. When Rat Old Two heard Wang Sha's words, he immediately realized that Wang Sha was the friend Bai Yu was talking about. He quickly got up from the ground and smiled at Wang Sha. Miss, you misunderstood. I just drank too much and accidentally fell. Mr. Bai truly didn't do anything. Wang Sha asked Rat Old Two with skepticism. Did Bai Yu really not do anything? Don't worry, I am his landlady. If he really did anything, I'll take charge for you. Rat Old Two immediately shook his head like a rattled drum and said, No, no, no. He really didn't. I'm just so happy that Mr. Bai came to chat with me. How about this, miss? Bring over all the most expensive wine in the bar. I'm happy today. I'll buy it all. When Wang Sha heard Rat Old Two's words, the anger on her face instantly disappeared. Her eyes lit up, and she asked with a smile. We also have a bottle of Romani Connie worth 500,000. Do you want that too? Seeing Wang Sha's glowing eyes, the corners of Rat Old Two's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt like he had fallen for a scam. However, with Bai Yu watching him now, he didn't dare to say anything and said, Bring it all. Get all the most expensive wine. I don't lack money. Yes, sir. I'll go prepare everything right away. Wang Sha immediately responded, afraid that Rat Old Two would go back on his word. She turned around and went to prepare the drinks. After all, she and Bai Yu both had a cut of all the expenses from Rat Old Two's booth, so the more Rat Old Two spent now, the more she naturally earned. After Wang Sha left, Rat Old Two finally breathed a sigh of relief. His legs trembling, he asked Bai Yu, Mr. Bai, how did I do? Not bad. Bai Yu nodded slightly. Sit down, send the irrelevant people away, and let's talk business. Yes, yes. Rat Old Two didn't dare to disobey. He quickly called away the bewildered hostesses and asked Bai Yu anxiously, Mr. Bai, what business are we talking about? Bai Yu leaned back on the sofa and said to the wealthy woman and Rat Old Two with a smile, It's you two that are talking business. I'm just observing. Rat Old Two pursed his lips and said with a bitter expression, This isn't good, right? Bai Yu looked at the wealthy woman and asked, I think it's very good. What do you think? Feeling Bai Yu's gaze, the wealthy woman shuddered and then squeezed out a forced smile. I also think it's very good. Mr. Bai is one of us. so we won't hide anything from Mr. Bai while talking about business. Seeing that the wealthy woman had said so, Rat Old Two also nodded repeatedly, echoing, right, right, right. Mr. Bai is one of us. Let's talk business together. With that, Rat Old Two and the wealthy woman fell silent again, and the atmosphere in the booth became oppressive. Although they had said that, how could they talk about their transaction in front of Bai Yu? Seeing that Rat Old Two and the wealthy woman were both silent, Bai Yu chuckled, I understand. This bar's environment must be too noisy, and there are too many people. It's not suitable for talking about business. Then let's go to a deserted place. I'll properly entertain you too. No. No need. I'll say it all. The Demon Lord wants me to find a puppet. That puppet is in Nyo Na's possession. The reason I invited Nyo Na here today is to buy that puppet. A puppet? Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. What kind of puppet? Rat Old Two replied in a trembling voice. A cursed puppet made by a master artificer. It's rumored that it seals 49 living human souls inside, making its power unparalleled. A cursed puppet sealed with living human souls? Hearing Rat Old Two's words, Bai Yu frowned slightly and looked at Nyo Na, who was beside him, asking, Did you bring that cursed puppet? Nyo Na answered in a trembling voice, No. I stored it in the depths of the snake pit. Bai Yu asked again, How did you get it? A cursed puppet that Luo Ho was interested in was definitely not an ordinary object. No matter what it was, Bai Yu was extremely interested in it. Nyo Na didn't dare to hide anything and confessed everything. 5 years ago, a master artificer broke into my snake pit. He used that cursed puppet to kill many of my brothers and sisters. In the end, I used all my strength to kill that master artificer. Since then, that master artificer's cursed puppet has become my collectible. I don't know where Rat Old Two found out that I had that cursed puppet, but I was thinking that since that cursed puppet is wanted by the Demon Lord, I wanted to sell it for a high price. But in reality, after the fight in the snake pit 5 years ago, there are only a few sealed human souls left inside that puppet, and it's no longer worth much. Human souls? Bai Yu's heart stirred, and he immediately asked Nyo Na, Are there any female souls inside? Nyo Na recalled for a moment and nodded. It seems that the soul sealed in the core of the puppet is a female, and also because it was sealed in the core, that soul is the only one that was not damaged. Hearing Nyo Na's answer, a strange sense of excitement suddenly rose in Bai Yu's heart. Although his reason told him that there was no such thing as coincidence in this world, often miracles are the result of a series of coincidences. That cursed puppet was created within the last 10 years, and it was also something that Luo Ho wanted. With Luo Ho's status, only treasures like the He-Tu Luo Shu, the Sky Measuring Ruler, and the Karma Fire Lotus could attract him. A cursed puppet created by a human artificer, even if that human artificer's skills were divine, the cursed object he created would never catch Luo Ho's eye. A cursed puppet that Luo Ho wanted, and that sealed a human soul. Bai Yu suddenly had a crazy guess in his heart. The thing sealed inside the puppet might be the soul of his wife, Lu Wan. With this guess in his heart, Bai Yu could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart, and he stood up, saying to Nyo Na, Quick, take me to your snake pit. I want to see that cursed puppet with my own eyes. Chapter 75, Valley Mountain Snake Pit. Seeing Bai Yu's excited expression, Nyo Na couldn't help but shudder. She then said with a bitter face, Even if you say so, Mr. Bai, I can't bring you there right now. Bai Yu frowned and asked, Why? Nyo Na said, Mr. Bai, you don't know. Although I'm the leader of the clan, our snake pit is actually under the control of the Azure Ox King. And the Azure Ox King has a rule that the mountain is sealed at night. Even if it's me, I can only return to the snake pit after sunrise the next day. Rat Old Two quickly said, Mr. Bai, I can vouch for Sister Nyo on this matter. The Azure Ox King absorbs the Yin energy of the moon every night in Valley Mountain. To prevent the Yin energy of the moon from leaking out, he seals the entire Valley Mountain with a barrier, and all demons are not allowed to enter or leave as they please. Nyo Na continued, Mr. Bai, if you really want that cursed puppet, I can bring it to you first thing tomorrow morning. Bai Yu refused. No, that cursed puppet might contain someone extremely important to me. If she's really inside, I can't wait even for a moment. Nyona looked troubled. But, Baiyu, just take me there. I'll break the barrier, and if that Azure Ox King blames you, I'll handle it. Hearing Baiyu's words, Nyona also knew that she couldn't refuse anymore. She sighed slightly and could only grit her teeth and agree, yes. Rattled too, anticipating that Baiyu's forceful entry into Valley Mountain would likely cause a big commotion, thought about escaping and couldn't help but say to Baiyu, Mr. Bai, since you also want that cursed puppet, I won't compete with you. The matters afterwards don't have anything to do with me, so I won't go. But Baiyu said to Rattled too, anyone cannot go, but you are the only exception. Hearing Baiyu's words, Rattled too's expression changed slightly, and he was so anxious that he was about to cry. He asked in a trembling voice, Mr. Bai, I'm just a burden. There's no need for you to bring me along. I'll just hold you back. It doesn't matter. Baiyu looked at Rattled too deeply. Tonight, you must stay by my side. You are not allowed to go anywhere, and you are not allowed to leave my sight. Otherwise, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Rattled too trembled suddenly and dared not speak anymore. He could only grit his teeth and agree, yes, I understand. At this moment, a beaming Xianxia pushed a cart of wine over and said to Rattled too, Sir, the wine you ordered is here. Selling this wine would net her at least 30,000 in commission today. Baiyu said to Xianxia, you came just at the right time. I have to accompany my guests out. You can collect my share of the salary too. Xianxia was taken aback. You're leaving now? Baiyu nodded. Yeah, there's an emergency. Then this cart of wine. Xianxia looked at the cart of wine she had pushed over, and her expression immediately turned troubled. Rattled too immediately reacted, and stood up as he said to Xianxia, I'll buy all this wine. Just store it here. I'll drink it next time. No problem. Hearing Rattled too's words, Xianxia was once again beaming, and skillfully took out a POS machine, saying to Rattled too, Sir, you've spent a total of 980,000 tonight. Would you like to pay by card or cash? In fact, Xianxia didn't care at all what Rattled too and Nyona were going to do. She only cared about her commission. Rattled too looked at the POS machine in front of him. The corners of his mouth twitched, and in the end, he tremblingly took out his wallet and settled the bill with great pain. Although he wasn't poor, the 980,000 could make him hurt for a long time. Thank you for your patronage. Please come again. Xianxia, having finished selling the wine, did not linger any longer and pushed the cart away contentedly. Baiyu used magic to change back into his own clothes and smiled at the dazed Nyona and Rattled too. You too, let's set off. Nyona and Rattled too looked at each other and then bowed to Baiyu, saying, yes. Valley Mountain, outside Jiang City. This mountain was privately owned on the surface and closed off to the public. Therefore, few outsiders came up the mountain, and the demons in the mountain lived freely. With a nervous heart, Nyona led Baiyu and Rattled too to the foot of Valley Mountain and said to Baiyu, Mr. Bai, there is a barrier set up by the Azure Ox King outside this Valley Mountain. Anyone with spiritual power will be blocked outside the mountain, and ordinary people without spiritual power who enter the mountain will be trapped in a maze, and they will only be able to come out at dawn. Baiyu reached out a hand, and immediately a blue barrier materialized, blocking his hand outside the mountain. Baiyu analyzed, this barrier is gentle in nature, and it only has blocking properties. It seems that this Azure Ox King is also a gentle-natured demon king, who does not like to kill. Nyona said, yes, the Azure Ox King simply doesn't like others disturbing him. But whether it is towards us or humans, he's very friendly, and is a rare and peaceful lord. And it's precisely because of this that our snake clan is willing to submit to him. Baiyu nodded slightly. In that case, let's try to keep our actions small, so as not to disturb his cultivation. With that, Baiyu's palm lit up with a white light. A hole immediately appeared on the barrier outside Valley Mountain, just big enough for them to pass through, and the entire barrier was completely unharmed. Seeing Baiyu's maneuver, Nyona's heart was in turmoil. To be able to precisely open a hole in the barrier without destroying the entire barrier. To achieve this level, one had to have an extremely precise control over their own power, and their cultivation had to be much greater than the Azure Ox King who had set up the barrier. By you revealing this move made Nyo Na realize that the Azure Ox King of Valley Mountain was absolutely no match for Bai Yu. Thinking of this, Nyo Na became even more respectful of Bai Yu. Let's all go in. After opening the barrier, Bai Yu was the first to enter Valley Mountain, with Nyo Na following closely behind. Rattled too, who was still outside Valley Mountain, seemed to be afraid of something, and was hesitating outside the barrier. Rattled too, are you afraid of something? Why aren't you going into the mountain? Bai Yu's voice came from inside the barrier, causing Rattled too to shudder. I'm coming. Rattled too dared not hesitate any longer, and quickly passed through the barrier, following Bai Yu and Nyo Na. After entering Valley Mountain, Nyo Na's pace clearly quickened. She quickly led Bai Yu to the back of the mountain and found her snake pit. But when she reached the entrance of the snake pit, she smelled a strong smell of blood coming from the snake pit. When Nyo Na smelled that strong smell of blood, her pupil shrank suddenly, and she exclaimed to Bai Yu, "Mr. Bai, something seems to have happened." Bai Yu also smelled the smell of blood. His brow furrowed as he immediately cast a barrier at the snake pit entrance, preventing anyone inside from escaping. Then, he took the lead and jumped into the snake pit. Follow me in. Nyo Na and Rattled too did not hesitate, and quickly jumped into the snake pit. The instant Bai Yu entered the snake pit, he saw snake corpses all over the ground, and blood was everywhere in the cave. When Nyo Na saw the snake corpses on the ground, her pupils shrank suddenly. Her whole body instantly demonized, and she roared in a shrill voice, "Who did this?" These snakes were all her clan members. She even saw her children. Bai Yu quickly scanned the snake pit, and then looked toward the depths of the snake pit, saying, "They're still inside. Nyo Na, keep Rattled too under control. Don't let him run away." Hearing this, Rattled too's expression changed drastically, and he quickly defended himself. "Mr. Bai, it's a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with me." However, Nyo Na had already lost her mind. Her lower body transformed back into a snake tail, and she directly wrapped Rattled too up, sealing his spiritual power. Bai Yu didn't listen to Rattled too's defense any longer, and his whole body turned into a beam of light, rushing towards the depths of the snake pit. Chapter 76, Lu Wen's Remaining Soul. Deep within the snake pit, a group of half-human, half-snake people were huddled together, struggling to resist the attacks of the men in black. After their clan leader, Nyo Na, had left, the snake people in the snake pit had sealed off the entrance of the pit, preparing to sleep. But no one expected that just as they were falling asleep, a large group of men in black suddenly broke into the snake pit and began to massacre them. The men in black had come suddenly and were incredibly powerful. Apart from Nyo Na, who was at the Demon King level, the other snake people in the snake pit, as well as the small snakes that hadn't demonized, were completely vulnerable and could only be slaughtered by the men in black. Under the overwhelming power of the men in black, the snake people didn't even have a chance to send a message to the Azure Ox King in the back mountain to ask for help. A grim-looking man in black decapitated a snake person and questioned the snake people huddled in the corner. "Speak quickly. Where is your clan leader's treasure vault?" A half-human, half-snake young man stood in front of the snake people, glaring at the man in black. "You bastards, even if we die, we won't tell you." "Oh." The man in black's lips curled up. "Kid, you have courage. It's a pity that your clan leader has already left Valley Mountain, and no one will come to save you tonight. Even if you don't speak, we will find it sooner or later." With that, the man in black raised his hand, directly sucking a woman behind the snake young man into his hand, and stabbing the woman in the stomach with the large knife in his hand. "Auntie, you bastard, I'll fight you." The snake young man's eyes widened when he saw the man in black kill the woman. He suddenly lunged towards the man in black, but was kicked away by the man in black, trying to stop a chariot with a praying mantis's arms. The man in black sneered as he threw the woman's snake corpse on the ground and grabbed a half-human, half-snake young girl, placing his knife on her neck, and asked the snake young man, "Kid, tell me the location of the treasure vault." The young girl, who was grabbed by the man in black, also struggled frantically, crying out to the snake young man, "Brother, save me. Sister, Damn it. The snake young man struggled to get up. He saw that the man in black had grabbed his sister, and his eyes were filled with anger, his fists clenched tightly. He wanted to save his sister, but he knew very well that once he told the man in black the location of the treasure vault, everyone would die. Still not talking? The man in black saw that the snake young man was still glaring at him angrily. The mockery in his eyes became thicker, and the large knife in his hand ruthlessly moved towards the young girl's neck. Wait, I'll talk. In the end, the snake young man couldn't bear to see his sister die, and quickly said, "The treasure vault is below the clan leader's statue. The mechanism is the bead in the statue's palm." That's more like it. The man in black's lips curled up, the mockery in his eyes becoming even thicker. "It's a pity. You've said it too late." With that, the man in black ruthlessly slashed towards the young girl's neck. "Sister!" The snake young man cried out in alarm and lunged towards the man in black again. But it was already too late, and he could only watch helplessly as the knife cut towards his sister's neck. However, just as the young girl was about to have her throat cut, a blade of light flashed past, and the man in black's arm holding the knife went flying. The snake young man didn't care about anything else, and immediately rushed forward to hold his sister, taking his sister back from the man in black. "Don't be afraid, sister. Your brother is here." The snake young man hugged the wailing young girl tightly, quickly comforting her. "Who is it?" The man in black with the severed arm yelled out in pain. Ignoring the snake young man, he turned around and saw Baiyu in white standing not far away. Baiyu looked at the man in black calmly and asked, "Who are you?" The man in black's face was distorted, glaring at Baiyu as he yelled, "Who do you think you are? You want to be a hero? You should just die. All of you, attack!" The man in black roared, and the other men in black, who had reacted, rushed towards Baiyu. The snake young man saw that Baiyu was surrounded, and couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "Be careful!" However, just as he finished speaking, he realized that what he said was superfluous. Before those men in black could even get close to Baiyu, many bloody marks appeared on their bodies, and then they turned into pieces of flesh. Blood flowers bloomed. In an instant, the men in black who had rushed towards Baiyu were all killed. The man in black with the severed arm saw this scene, and fell to the ground in fright, looking at Baiyu in terror, and cried out in a panic, "Why you? Who the hell are you?" At this moment, Nyo Na, who had been restraining Rattled too, also rushed to the depths of the snake pit. She saw the snake people's corpses all over the ground. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and her entire body was overcome with anger. She condensed a trident in her hand, and transformed into a bolt of red lightning as she stabbed towards the man in black with the severed arm. "I'll kill you!" When the man in black with the severed arm saw Nyo Na kill him, he immediately screamed, "I have C4 bombs on me. If you kill me, we'll all die together." As soon as the man in black with the severed arm said this, Nyo Na's attack stopped abruptly, and her trident stabbed the forehead of the man in black with the severed arm. Nyo Na breathed heavily, her face was covered in snake scales, and her arm trembled slightly. She was very close to piercing the head of the man in black with the severed arm. The man in black with the severed arm, seeing Nyo Na's terrifying appearance, immediately pissed himself, and hastily took off his black robe, revealing the bombs, yelling, "I'm not joking with you. Get back." "Nyo Na, step aside." Baiyu's calm voice came over. The rampaging Nyo Na gradually calmed down. Her eyes cleared. "Yes." Nyo Na took a deep breath, calmed herself down, put away her trident, and retreated to the side. The man in black with the severed arm saw Baiyu walking towards him, and still wore a ferocious grin on his face. He yelled, "You should stay away too. Not only do I have bombs on me, the whole snake pit is also filled with bombs. If you kill me, we will all die together." Baiyu looked at the man in black with the severed arm calmly, raised his hand, and sucked all the bombs from the man in black's body into his hand. "Don't bring out these little toys and make a fool of yourself." Crack. Baiyu squeezed his 5 fingers together and directly crushed the C4 bombs. You. The man in black with the severed arm saw Baiyu crush the bombs, and the bombs didn't explode. The fear on his face grew even thicker. and he cried out in shock, "Who are you?" Bayu's fingertip released a wisp of white spiritual power, and then smiled at the man in black with the severed arm. "I'll give you one chance. Who are you?" The man in black with the severed arm yelled, "Just kill me. I will never tell you." "It seems like you don't cherish this chance." Bayu sighed slightly and gently blew on the white spiritual energy. The white spiritual energy quickly burrowed into the head of the man in black with the severed arm. "Ah!" The man in black with the severed arm immediately let out a miserable scream. He rolled around frantically on the ground, instantly surrendering, pleading with Bayu for mercy. "I was wrong. I'll confess everything. Please spare me. I'm sorry." His screams made everyone present feel a fear that came from the soul. No one could imagine what kind of torture the man in black with the severed arm was enduring. However, Bayu was no longer paying attention to the man in black with the severed arm who was rolling around on the ground. He sealed the throat of the man in black with the severed arm, and then said to Nyona, "Don't worry about him. Give me the cursed puppet first." "Why, yes." Nyona, still in a daze, quickly came back to her senses after hearing Bayu's words, and went to her statue, activating the switch and opening the door to the treasure vault. Nyona waved her hand and took out the cursed puppet that was hidden in the treasure vault, offering it to Bayu with both hands. "Mr. Bai, this is that cursed puppet." Bayu took the damaged puppet, took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and used spiritual power to probe into the core of the puppet. When he saw the soul locked in the core of the puppet, his eyes instantly turned red. Xiao Wan. Lu Wen's soul was actually here. Chapter 77. The Method to Save His Wife. Xiao Wan. Bayu's heart surged with emotion as he saw his wife, Lu Wen's fragmented soul imprisoned within the automaton. He was about to shatter the contraption to release her when Mao Zedong frantically stopped him. "Lord Bai, no, don't." Bayu halted his actions, turning to Mao Zedong with a stern question. "What do you mean?" Mao Zedong quickly explained, "Lord Bai, this automaton has already merged with the soul inside. If you shatter it directly, the soul within will likely be completely obliterated." Bayu asked, "Then how do I separate the soul from it?" Mao Zedong replied, "Lord Bai, if I may be honest, I am also a craftsman of automatons. I can help you separate the soul. I only ask that you don't kill me." Bayu fixed Mao Zedong with a deep stare. Then, he spoke to Nyona, "Let him down first." "Yes." Nyona respectfully replied, loosening her serpentine tail and letting Mao Zedong down. Mao Zedong's feet touched the ground, and the tension in his heart eased considerably. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, then, trembling, walked to Bayu and cautiously said, Lord Bai, give me the automaton." Bayu glanced again at the soul trapped within, and then handed the automaton to Mao Zedong. "Do not harm the soul inside, not even a fraction." "Yes, Lord Bai. Separating the soul will take some time. Please wait a moment." Mao Zedong took the automaton with both hands. He then pulled out a pair of spectacles from his pocket, put them on, and began to dismantle the automaton. Bayu did not disturb Mao Zedong. He walked over to the black-clad, one-armed man, pulled off his hood, revealing the man's face. The one-armed man was a bald human. A jagged scar marred his left cheek, and his left eye was missing. His entire face appeared grotesquely ugly. Bayu asked Nyona, "Do you recognize them?" Nyona studied the one-armed man, who was currently foaming at the mouth, and shook her head. "Lord Bai, I do not know them." Bayu further questioned, "Does your tribe have any enemies?" Nyona shook her head. "Our tribe has been protected by the Azure Ox King for generations, rarely having contact with outsiders. We currently have no known enemies." Hearing Nyona's response, Bayu's eyes narrowed slightly. If that's the case, then they came here for the automaton. With that, Bayu removed the seal on the one-armed man's throat. The one-armed man immediately cried out in fear, "Great One, I was wrong. I'll confess everything. Please, take back your magic. I truly apologize." Bayu withdrew his spiritual energy and asked, "Who sent you?" The one-armed man replied frantically, "It was the Azure Ox King." "Impossible!" Nyona exclaimed in anger. My tribe has protected the Azure Ox King for generations. Why would he order you to slaughter my people? The one-armed man wailed. It's really the Azure Ox King who sent us. He wanted us to get an automaton from a craftsman. If it wasn't for the Azure Ox King, how could we have entered the barrier? Upon hearing the one-armed man's words, Nyo-Na's whole body shuddered, and she was left speechless. Indeed, the Azure Ox King's barrier was still intact. This one-armed man didn't possess Bayu's strength. If the Azure Ox King hadn't deliberately let them in, they would never have been able to enter. More importantly, she suddenly recalled that it was the Azure Ox King who had acted as the intermediary when she first made contact with Mao Zedong. The Azure Ox King knew she was leaving the Serpent Cave tonight. Understanding all of this, Nyo-Na felt as if she'd been struck by lightning, her face full of disbelief. Was all of this planned by the Azure Ox King? Although she still couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of her, leaving her no choice but to accept them. Bayu, however, remained expressionless. He continued to interrogate the one-armed man. What were you going to do with the automaton? The one-armed man cried out, I don't know. The Azure Ox King didn't tell me. He just told us to give him the automaton, and we could split the other treasures. Great one, that's all I know. I really didn't lie. Please, just kill me. Having experienced what felt like a living hell earlier, the one-armed man now believed death was a blessing. He would rather be torn apart than have to endure what had just happened. Bayu watched the one-armed man constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. After confirming he had no further information, Bayu turned to Nyo-Na and said, You can decide how to deal with him. Nyo-Na snapped back to reality. With complicated emotions, she bowed deeply to Bayu. Thank you, Lord Bai. After speaking, Nyo-Na had her remaining tribesmen take the one-armed man away. These black-clad men had inflicted severe losses on her tribe. They certainly would not let the one-armed man die so easily. The one-armed man was seized by the serpent tribe, his face filled with growing dread. He struggled and begged towards Bayu. Great one, I was wrong. Please kill me. I beg of you. Being dragged into the depths of the serpent cave felt no better than being tortured by Bayu. Bayu, no longer paying attention to the pleading man, turned towards Mao Zedong. He noticed that Mao Zedong had completely disassembled the automaton. The outer layers, where trapped souls were being held, had been released, but Mao Zedong was hesitating to dismantle the automaton's mechanical core. Bayu saw Mao Zedong's hesitation and frowned, asking, Why haven't you started? Mao Zedong wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, Lord Bai, the soul inside the automaton's core is a fragmented soul, and that soul is only surviving by barely clinging to the mechanical core. If I dismantle the mechanical core, the fragmented soul inside will likely dissipate immediately. Hearing Mao Zedong's words, a cold glint flashed in Bayu's eyes. Then what use are you to me? Mao Zedong shuddered and knelt before Bayu, trembling. Lord Bai, this isn't a matter of my ability. The fragmented soul is too weak. It's impossible to retrieve her. Bayu took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure, then asked, In your opinion, how do I save Xiaowan? Mao Zedong said, Lord Bai, this fragmented soul should have long ago dispersed, but was kept alive by being sealed within this automaton. If you insist on saving her, you would be defying fate and disrupting the natural order. Bayu's voice rose. I asked you how to save her. Startled by Bayu's harsh tone, Mao Zedong dared not hesitate any further. He hurriedly said, Perhaps only the 9 heavens breath soil that the goddess Nuwa used when creating humanity can save her. By using the 9 heavens breath soil to reconstruct a body and soul for the fragmented soul within the mechanical core, then merging the fragmented soul with the 9 heavens breath soil, there might be a glimmer of hope. The 9 heavens breath soil? Upon hearing Mao Zedong's words, Bayu frowned, saying sternly, After Nuwa created humankind, the 9 heavens breath soil was nearly depleted. Then, after being used to hold back the immense flood caused by Gonggong's death and to patch up the sky, it was completely used up. Where in this world would I even find the 9 heavens breath soil? Mao Zedong replied hastily, Lord Bai, you may not be aware, But Manhwa had also given Emperor Xianxia a piece of the nine heavens' breath soil. After Xianxia ascended, he left the soil to his descendants. There must still be a piece of the nine heavens' breath soil in this world. We still have hope. Chapter 78. The Azure Ox King. Descendants of Xianxia. Hearing Mao Zedong's words, Baiyu saw a glimmer of hope in the darkness, but it also felt incredibly troublesome. After Xianxia ascended to immortality, he, like Manhwa, vanished into the void, no longer within the three realms. Xianxia had not appeared for many years. Where was he supposed to find his descendants? Seeing that Baiyu's aura had calmed down, Mao Zedong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To further secure his position with Baiyu, he said, Lord Bai, our rat clan is spread throughout the three realms, with access to countless pieces of information. If you trust me, I can help you find the descendants of Xianxia. Baiyu turned to Mao Zedong and asked, What is your relationship with Mao Zedong? Mao Zedong replied, He's my younger brother. Baiyu. Then why have I never heard Mao Zedong mention you? Mao Zedong said, Lord Bai, you are unaware that our rat clan is naturally weak. To survive, we can only rely on powerful forces, doing intelligence work for them. My eldest brother works for the gods and Buddhas of the immortal realm. My third brother does neutral business, and I work for the demon lord. My third brother has no support, so to protect himself, he certainly wouldn't dare mention me to outsiders. However, although we three brothers appear independent, our information is actually shared. Hearing Mao Zedong's words, Baiyu's gaze lowered, finally understanding how Mao Zedong had found the nine-headed serpent. 10 years ago, whether or not the demon lord Rahu had participated, it was certain he knew about it. After all, the news that Baiyu's wife was still alive came through Rahu, who relayed it to the furious-eyed Tuwa. And if Mao Zedong was an informant for Rahu, then it was only natural that he would know. If Mao Zedong and Mao Zedong shared information, that explained how Mao Zedong had found the nine-headed serpent. Thinking this through, Baiyu asked Mao Zedong, Then today, your attempt to purchase the automaton from Nyo-Na, was that also under Rahu's orders? Mao Zedong said, Yes, Lord Bai. After the demon lord learned that the automaton was in Nyo-Na's possession, he instructed me to find a way to obtain it. However, the Azure Ox King's attack on the serpent tribe really has nothing to do with me. Baiyu then asked, If it had nothing to do with you, then why were you so afraid of coming to this serpent cave? Mao Zedong was on the verge of tears as he explained, Lord Bai, it's a misunderstanding. This valley mountain is the Azure Ox King's territory. To trade with Nyo-Na, I needed to get the Azure Ox King's consent. So, I went to the Azure Ox King first and asked him to be the middleman. After I explained my purpose to the Azure Ox King, I sensed that he had become greedy and wanted to seize the automaton. At the time, I thought it didn't make much difference whether I traded with the Azure Ox King or with Nyo-Na, so I decided not to get involved. Shameless rat. Hearing Mao Zedong's words, Nyo-Na's anger surged. She pressed her trident against Mao Zedong's neck and roared, You knew all along that the Azure Ox King would make a move, yet you still arranged to meet me. You're an accomplice. Mao Zedong quickly raised his hands, trying to argue to Nyo-Na, Sister Nyo, please calm down. You understand, those of us in this line of work know many things, but the one thing we must never do is interfere in things that are not our business. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we died. Moreover, heaven and earth are my witnesses. I knew the Azure Ox King wanted to seize the automaton, but I never expected he would act so ruthlessly. He was clearly aiming to wipe out your whole tribe. If I had known that the Azure Ox King would do this, I would never have dared to get involved. Still trying to argue. I'll kill you. Nyo-Na gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury, as she thrust her trident towards Mao Zedong. Enough. Baiyu instantly appeared in front of Mao Zedong, stopping Nyo-Na. Nyo-Na looked at Baiyu, gritting her teeth. Lord Bai, are you going to stop me from getting revenge? Baiyu, I am not stopping you from seeking revenge, but Mao Zedong is useful to me, and the real culprit is the Azure Ox King. You shouldn't direct your anger at Mao Zedong. Nyo-Na raged, but my tribe is in such a state because of his involvement. Baiyu said, You can't kill Mao Zedong, but I understand your anger. To compensate you, I can help you kill the Azure Ox King. Nyona trembled, asking Baiyu, Lord Bai, are you serious? Compared to killing Mao Zedong, she wanted to kill the Azure Ox King even more. Baiyu said, yes, I can guarantee that the Azure Ox King will not see the sun tomorrow. Hearing Baiyu's words, Nyona's eyes welled up with tears. She immediately put away her trident, knelt before Baiyu, and kowtowed. If Lord Bai can avenge my tribe, we will serve you for generations. Get up. Baiyu conjured a gentle breeze, helping Nyona to her feet. Then, he turned to the pale-faced Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong, I'm saving your life today, and that will serve as your payment for helping me find the 9 heavens breath soil. If you fail to find it, even with Rahu protecting you, I can still kill you, understand? Mao Zedong's legs trembled as he knelt before Baiyu, stuttering, you understood. I will do everything in my power to not disappoint Lord Bai. Baiyu carefully put away the automaton's core containing Lu Wen's fragmented soul and nourished it with his spiritual energy. Then, he said to Nyona, let's go. Take me to find the Azure Ox King. Nyona's eyes lit up with excitement as she said, yes. The back of Valley Mountain, the Azure Ox Valley, the Azure Ox King's territory. The Azure Ox King was the most powerful demon king in Jiang City and its surrounding areas, ranking high even in the entire eastern China region. Because of the Azure Ox King's benevolence and protection of various demons, giving them a safe haven in a human-dominated society, the Azure Ox King had extremely high prestige in the demon world. Many demons came daily to seek his protection, and the Azure Ox King welcomed all of the demons seeking refuge. However, no demon had ever considered that this valley mountain was not that large. Yet, after so many years, with the Azure Ox King accepting so many demons, the valley had never been overcrowded. Nyona had never thought about this problem before. She had occasionally heard of her tribesmen disappearing and had just assumed that they had gone out into the human world, like Aunt Nyo. But knowing the true face of the Azure Ox King, Nyona realized, where did the missing demons of the mountain go? Lord Bai, this is the Azure Ox King's secluded training grounds. As the Azure Ox King has always disliked being disturbed, I rarely come here and don't know the specific situation inside. Please forgive me, Lord Bai. At the entrance of the Azure Ox Valley, Nyona respectfully said to Baiyu. Baiyu said, it's fine. Leave the rest to me. If the need arises, I can give you the chance to handle the Azure Ox King's life. Nyona thanked him. Thank you, Lord Bai. But if Lord Bai can avenge my tribe, we will be eternally grateful. We wouldn't dare to ask for more. All right then. Baiyu didn't insist. With his hands behind his back, he ignored the barrier outside the Azure Ox Valley and walked inside with Nyona. The moment Baiyu and Nyona stepped into the Azure Ox Valley, a deep, rumbling voice echoed from the depths of the valley. Who dares trespass into the Azure Ox Valley, disturbing my cultivation? Boom. A powerful aura surged from the valley, causing Nyona's expression to slightly change as she exclaimed, Lord Bai, he's coming. Chapter 79. Having seen this king, why do you not kneel? As Baiyu entered the Azure Ox Valley, he saw a massive cyan silhouette surge from the depths of the valley. The Azure Ox King, upon seeing Nyona beside Baiyu, narrowed his eyes in surprise. Nyona, why are you here? Nyona's anger ignited upon seeing the Azure Ox King's shocked expression. She glared at the Azure Ox King's silhouette and questioned, Azure Ox King, my tribe has served you for generations, even changing our surname to Nyo. We have been utterly loyal to you, and I dare say we have never done anything to harm your interests. Why would you want to harm my tribe? Hearing Nyona's words, the Azure Ox King realized his plans had been exposed. He stopped pretending and chuckled at Nyona. If you were truly loyal to this king, you shouldn't have returned after leaving the Valley Mountain. After all, this king never allows anyone to enter or leave the Valley Mountain at night. If you had returned tomorrow, this king could have blamed everything on thieves, and you could have continued living in the Valley Mountain. It's a shame you didn't appreciate the opportunity. Shameless. I'll kill you. Hearing the Azure Ox King's arrogant words, Nyona's eyes blazed with fury. She roared, summoning her trident, and thrust it fiercely towards the Azure Ox King's silhouette. "Mere ants, you dare to challenge this king?" The Azure Ox King sneered, as a powerful aura surged from the depths of the Azure Ox Valley, slamming into Nyo-Na. Pooh! Nyo-Na, struck by the force, spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards like a cannonball. Baiyu lightly waved his hand, creating a gentle breeze that stabilized Nyo-Na's figure, pulling her to his side. Nyo-Na wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gratefully said to Baiyu, "Thank you, Lord Bai, for your assistance." Baiyu said, "This Azure Ox King is already on the verge of immortality. You are not his match. Don't let your reason be blinded by hatred." Nyo-Na respectfully bowed to Baiyu. "Yes, I will heed your teachings, Lord Bai." The Azure Ox King saw that Baiyu had easily caught Nyo-Na and let out a soft huh. He scrutinized Baiyu carefully, then chuckled at Nyo-Na. "Nyo-Na, is that pretty boy the helper you brought? Are you trying to make this king laugh his teeth out? With that pretty boy's physique, this king could crush him with one finger." Nyo-Na's eyes flared with anger. She was about to say, "Azure Ox King, Lord Bai is?" Nyo-Na stepped back. Baiyu interrupted Nyo-Na and stepped forward himself, looking at the Azure Ox King's silhouette, saying, "Azure Ox King, though you have the potential to become an immortal, I see that your merit is not enough. You will not ascend. Your cultivation is obtained through forceful plundering, isn't it? Oh, boy, you have a good eye to see through this king's cultivation source at a glance." The Azure Ox King laughed. "Since we've come this far, there's no need for me to hide it anymore. Indeed, all of this king's cultivation comes from devouring the demons of Valley Mountain." Nyo-Na's pupils constricted. The Azure Ox King laughed heartily. "Haha, nowadays, the demons in the demon world are all fools. I only need to put on a benevolent facade, and they'll come to my territory to die one by one. Without the aid of the demon cores of those fools, even if I cultivated for another 1,000 years, I wouldn't be able to reach today's cultivation level." Nyo-Na trembled with rage, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at the Azure Ox King, questioning, "So, you pretended to protect our snake tribe, but you were actually after our demon cores?" The Azure Ox King laughed. "Ha, that's right. Your snake tribe's demon cores are not only high quality, but also good for making wine. If it wasn't for this king wanting to take things slowly, your tribe wouldn't have survived until today. Nyo-Na, it's been so long, and you've only discovered it today. You really are foolish enough. Azure Ox King, you deserve a terrible death." Nyo-Na gritted her teeth as she stared at the Azure Ox King, wishing she could strangle him and rip his head off right then and there. The Azure Ox King completely disregarded Nyo-Na's anger and continued to chuckle. "Nyo-Na, actually, I quite like you. Your skin truly made this king linger. However, since you have discovered this king's true nature, for the sake of my good reputation, I can no longer allow you to live. Tonight, you too will be buried in the Azure Ox Valley forever." Boom! As the Azure Ox King's voice faded, the ground cracked open, and an extremely powerful cyan blade rushed toward Baiyu and Nyo-Na. Seeing the blade attack, Baiyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he mocked the Azure Ox King. "Such childish tricks. Don't embarrass yourself by showing them here." With that, Baiyu extended 2 fingers, easily pinching the incoming blade. "What?" The Azure Ox King's pupil shrank upon seeing Baiyu's move, but before he could react, Baiyu flung the blade back at him. Whoosh! The blade flashed past, and before the Azure Ox King could defend, his silhouette was sliced in half. Nyo-Na was stunned. She stared blankly at the Azure Ox King's silhouette as it dissolved into points of light, her face full of disbelief. Just now, what did Baiyu do? The blade that the Azure Ox King released was enough to split the earth and kill demon kings instantly. But Baiyu had only used 2 fingers to pinch that incredibly powerful blade? What kind of terrifying strength was this? At this moment, the Azure Ox King's voice once again echoed from the depths of the Azure Ox Valley. "Not bad, young man, to actually be able to withstand my attack. Are you a human immortal or an earth immortal? Nyo-Na, this king never expected that you would manage to hook up with such an immortal behind my back." Since you have the strength, then come in, and let this king have a good meeting with you. Rumbling. As the Azure Ox King's voice faded, a sound of shifting rocks came from the depths of the Azure Ox Valley, as if a gate had been opened. Nyona snapped back to her senses, swallowed nervously, and looked at Baiyu, saying, Lord Bai, the Azure Ox King has opened the door. Should we go in? Baiyu smiled. Why wouldn't we? I was planning on going in to have a look. Let's go. With that, Baiyu strode towards the depths of the Azure Ox Valley. Nyona, seeing Baiyu move, did not hesitate and followed closely behind. They walked less than 300 meters when they arrived before a huge stone gate. The stone gate was now wide open, the space behind it pitch black, with a gust of eerie wind, giving off an oppressive and terrifying feeling. Even Nyona, as a demon king, felt a hint of fear when she arrived here. Aren't you two going to kill this king? Come in and let me see if you have the ability to do so. The Azure Ox King's voice echoed from behind the door, arrogant as ever. Let's go in. A hint of mockery flashed in Baiyu's eyes as he took the first step through the stone gate. After passing through the gate, Baiyu found himself in a wide cavern. A man over 3 meters tall with ox horns on his head was sitting on a stone thrown in the cavern, with his legs crossed, grinning as he looked at Baiyu and Nyona. Nyona, upon seeing the man on the throne, clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Azure Ox King. The Azure Ox King sized up Baiyu, a faint smile on his lips, as he said, You too, having seen this king, why do you not kneel? Chapter 80. My master is a big shot in the immortal realm. Baiyu smiled at the Azure Ox King sitting on the throne, then glanced around the cave, saying to the Azure Ox King, It seems your taste isn't very good. Such a cold, ugly palace. Only a bug like you who can't see the light would like it. The Azure Ox King chuckled at Baiyu. You're only good at being sharp-tongued right now. It's hard to say if you'll still be able to laugh later. Just the thought of you begging for mercy soon makes me excited beyond belief. As he spoke, the Azure Ox King stood up from the throne and walked down the steps. With every step he took, the entire cave trembled, the oppressive force reaching its peak. Nyona, looking at the Azure Ox King at this moment, even her weapon-wielding hand was trembling slightly, as she murmured, Such a powerful oppressive force. It was the first time she had felt the Azure Ox King's pressure so intensely. If Baiyu wasn't here, she might have directly knelt down, succumbing to the Azure Ox King's might. The current Azure Ox King was definitely not one you could describe as a mere demon. The Azure Ox King walked into the center of the hall, looked down at Baiyu, and said with a chuckle, Pretty boy, I'll give you one last chance. Kill Nyona, kneel before me and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your life and even grant you the honor of serving me. Baiyu looked at the Azure Ox King's haughty demeanor and said with a light laugh, Ignorance breeds fearlessness. You're the first one in the 3 realms who dares speak to me like that. The Azure Ox King laughed. There will be many more in the future. I've decided. I'm going to make you my pet. As he said that, a massive mountain-splitting axe materialized in the Azure Ox King's hand, its oppressive force reaching its peak. Pretty boy, this mountain-splitting axe weighs 88,000 pounds. I'll show you what true strength is today. With that, the Azure Ox King swung the huge axe, fiercely chopping down towards Baiyu. Under that powerful force, the space seemed as if it was about to be split apart by the Azure Ox King's axe. Seeing the Azure Ox King raise the axe and chop towards him, the mockery in Baiyu's eyes deepened. He merely extended one finger, gently touching the edge of the axe. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, as the Azure Ox King held the giant axe as it chopped downwards. Yet, Baiyu did not move an inch. On the contrary, a chip appeared on the giant axe from the impact. Upon seeing that Baiyu had blocked his axe with only a finger, the Azure Ox King's pupils shrank as a storm of shock raged in his heart. How could this be possible? His mountain-splitting axe weighed 88,000 pounds and was capable of splitting mountains and dividing the earth. Even the ancestor of Earth immortals wouldn't dare to take this axe head-on. How was Baiyu able to block it? Baiyu mocked the Azure Ox King. To be honest, Even a mosquito bite has more force than you. What did you say? Hearing Bayu's mockery, the Azure Ox King's eyeballs almost popped out, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you say I'm worse than a mosquito? Watch me split you in two. The Azure Ox King roared. He held the axe with both hands, his muscles bulging, and even the stone floor beneath him cracked from the pressure. Earth-shattering split. Kneel. Following the Azure Ox King's powerful roar, Bayu's calm voice followed immediately. Boom! The Azure Ox King suddenly felt an unprecedented powerful pressure bearing down on his shoulders. So strong. My legs are out of control. Feeling that powerful pressure, the Azure Ox King's expression changed drastically. His knees, unable to bear the weight, buckled abruptly. Bang! The Azure Ox King slammed onto the ground, causing the entire cave to tremble 3 times. When Pangu split heaven and earth, that was unprecedented, its divine power unmatched. Bayu looked calmly at the Azure Ox King. Don't insult the 4 words earth-shattering split with your weak moves. The Azure Ox King trembled, looking at Bayu in terror, and stammered, Who exactly are you? Bayu's strength shouldn't even exist in this realm. He was even more powerful than the gods in the heavens. When did Nyo-Na get to know such a strong person? Bayu ignored the Azure Ox King and turned to look at Nyo-Na. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Take his life. Nyo-Na looked at the Azure Ox King, who was suppressed by Bayu. She suddenly felt her mouth go dry, her body trembling slightly. She had never imagined that the incredibly powerful Azure Ox King could be crushed without being able to fight back. She had also never imagined that she would have the opportunity to personally take the head of the Azure Ox King. However, when Nyo-Na thought of the tribesmen who had died in the Serpent Cave, all the excitement and thrill in her heart turned into hatred and killing intent. Thank you, Lord Bai. Nyo-Na suppressed her excitement, bowed deeply to Bayu, then grasped her trident and walked towards the Azure Ox King. Azure Ox King, when you were slaughtering my tribe, did you ever think there would be a day like this? At this moment, the Azure Ox King's face was filled with fear. He wanted to struggle to get up, but under Bayu's pressure, he couldn't move at all. As he watched Nyo-Na approach with her trident, the fear in his eyes intensified, and he shouted in terror, Wait, you can't kill this king. This king is the mount of the supreme immortal sovereign. If you kill this king, my master will not let you off. The supreme immortal sovereign? Hearing the Azure Ox King's words, a look of fear flashed in Nyo-Na's eyes, and she couldn't help but look towards Bayu, asking in a trembling voice, Lord Bai, what should we do? She had never imagined that the Azure Ox King's background was so great. Who was the supreme immortal sovereign? He was one of the top powerhouses in the heavenly palace, with countless disciples, one of the biggest bosses in the immortal realm. With such a big boss backing the Azure Ox King, who in the 3 realms would dare kill him? And she was just a small demon in the mortal realm. Although she had some strength, in front of an immortal god, she was just a bug. If she offended such a god, her tribe would never be able to continue to exist. Seeing that Nyo-Na had become timid, the fear on the Azure Ox King's face turned into a malicious grin as he said to Bayu, Pretty boy, did you hear me clearly? This king's master is the supreme immortal sovereign. Why don't you quickly release this king and kneel down and apologize? If the supreme immortal sovereign knows you are treating this king like this, he will make you wish you were dead. Nyo-Na's face was filled with fear, and she looked at Bayu in despair, her eyes already devoid of any hope. Faced with such a mountain of power, she would never be able to avenge her tribe. However, Bayu's expression remained the same, and he calmly looked at the Azure Ox King. The Azure Ox King became uncomfortable with Bayu's direct gaze and said angrily, What are you looking at, pretty boy? Why don't you release this king? Do you really want this king? Sure. Before the Azure Ox King could finish his words, a trident had pierced deeply into the Azure Ox King's head, and blood splattered everywhere. The Azure Ox King looked blankly at Bayu, his mouth agape, trying to say something. But the excruciating pain in his head made his consciousness rapidly fade. Bayu? Did he really dare kill him? He didn't understand. Lord Baiyu. Nyo Na stared incredulously at Baiyu holding the trident, her mind a complete blank. Baiyu. He actually killed the Azure Ox King? So noisy. Baiyu pulled the trident from the Azure Ox King's head and handed it back to the stunned Nyo Na, saying, "Since you didn't dare to kill him, then I'll take care of it for you." Nyo Na took the trident blankly and said, "But this Azure Ox King is?" Baiyu said, "If this ox is truly his mount, then what I just did was help him clean up his own house." Of course, Baiyu smiled slightly. Even if the supreme immortal sovereign can't swallow this and comes looking for me, I don't care. Chapter 81. A Promise to Wife and Daughter. Nyo Na glanced at the corpse of the Azure Ox King lying in a pool of blood, took a deep breath, and then knelt before Baiyu, respectfully saying, "Lord Bai, you willingly risked such great danger for my Valley Mountain Serpent clan. Nyo Na is forever grateful. I swear, from this day forward, my Valley Mountain Serpent clan is willing to serve Lord Bai as our master for generations to come. If Lord Bai ever becomes an enemy of the Immortal Realm, or the Three Realms, my Valley Mountain Serpent clan is willing to be the vanguard." Baiyu, seeing Nyo Na's serious expression, shook his head with a smile and said, "There's no need for that. Since I promised you to kill the Azure Ox King, everything I do from here on is my own choice and has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty. Even if the Immortal Realm comes looking for trouble because of the Azure Ox King, that's my problem. You don't need to worry too much." Nyo Na insisted, "Lord Bai, I'm not acting on a momentary impulse, nor out of guilt or self-blame. Now that the Azure Ox King is dead, Valley Mountain is leaderless, and my Valley Mountain Serpent clan has lost its protection. With the strength of our Serpent clan, it's difficult to have a place in the human realm. If Lord Bai is willing to take in my tribe, we will have a backer in the Three Realms, and can better continue to exist." As she said this, Nyo Na prostrated herself before Baiyu, kowtowing, "Lord Bai, in today's Three Realms, territory has already been divided by the gods of the Immortal Realm, and the Mortal Realm is occupied by humans. We demons can only struggle to survive in the cracks. Lord Bai, I dare not dream of dominating any region. I only wish to live quietly in a corner and live a peaceful and stable life. I beg Lord Bai to protect the demons of Valley Mountain and to forge a path for us." After speaking, Nyo Na kowtowed 3 times again to Baiyu, her attitude extremely respectful. Baiyu said to Nyo Na, "Don't forget, my current identity is that of a prisoner of the Immortal Realm, and I'm also wanted nationwide in the human realm. After today, I'll also be the public enemy of all demons in the demon realm. The demon race is also eyeing me. It can be said that within the Three Realms, more than half the people are my enemies, not to mention those bugs that are lurking in the dark, waiting for the chance to strike. In this situation, you are still willing to have the Valley Mountain Serpent clan submit to me?" Nyo Na replied without hesitation, "Yes. Even if it means dying for Lord Bai, it's far better than being a slave to other great demons." Seeing that Nyo Na was serious, and also thinking of Aunt Nyo who had wholeheartedly served by Xiaoya, Baiyu smiled and said to Nyo Na, "Since that's the case, for Aunt Nyo's sake, I agree. You can get up now." Hearing Baiyu's words, Nyo Na's face lit up with joy, as she hurriedly confirmed, "Lord Bai, you are willing to protect us?" Although Baiyu was no longer an official of the Heavenly Palace, and his strength had even been weakened by the underworld prison, he was still the #1 war god of the Immortal Realm, overpowering many gods and Buddhas. Now that Baiyu was willing to protect her Valley Mountain Serpent clan, it was a great honor for them. Baiyu nodded, "Yes, from now on you can use my name to expand your influence. If anyone comes to Valley Mountain to bully you, you can come find me. But all of this is limited to Valley Mountain. If your hand stretches outside of Valley Mountain, and you go out to provoke other forces, I won't clean up your messes." Nyo Na was ecstatic and kowtowed 3 more times to Baiyu. "Thank you, Master. My Valley Mountain Serpent clan, along with the demons of Valley Mountain, swear to serve you loyally to the death." Baiyu said, "That's enough for today. I have other matters to attend to. You can clean up the mess in Valley Mountain yourself." Nyo Na, "Yes." Baiyu took the Azure Ox King's demon core, left Nyo Na in the Azure Ox Valley, and then left Valley Mountain. At the foot of Valley Mountain, Mao Zedong was waiting at the roadside. When he saw Bai Yu come out, he immediately trotted toward him, respectfully bowing and saying, "Lord Bai, please hold on." Bai Yu looked at Mao Zedong in surprise. "Why haven't you left yet?" Mao Zedong said, "This one has something he wishes to remind Lord Bai." Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. "Is it about the Azure Ox King?" Mao Zedong gave Bai Yu a thumbs up, saying, "Lord Bai is truly a genius. It is indeed about the Azure Ox King." Presumably Lord Bai already knew that the Azure Ox King was the mount of the supreme immortal sovereign, right? Bai Yu nodded. "Yeah, that fellow announced his family background when he was begging for mercy." Mao Zedong asked, "Lord Bai, you killed the Azure Ox King even knowing that his backer was the supreme immortal sovereign?" Bai Yu, "So what?" Mao Zedong said, "Naturally nothing. This one believes, with Lord Bai's strength, even if you killed the Azure Ox King, the supreme immortal sovereign would not come looking for trouble, and the celestial emperor is your friend. He will also suppress the immortals and not let the heavenly soldiers come to attack you. However, Lord Bai may not know, the Azure Ox King has a very good reputation in both the immortal and demon realms. This valley mountain is even considered a haven by the demons, and they regard the Azure Ox King as their savior. Lord Bai, you killed the Azure Ox King. The demons will definitely see you as a great enemy. After today, your reputation in the demon realm will be ruined." Bai Yu took a deep look at Mao Zedong and smiled as he asked, "You waited at the foot of this mountain for so long, just to remind me of this?" Bai Yu wasn't stupid. He had already anticipated these consequences before killing the Azure Ox King. However, after experiencing the family tragedy 10 years ago, Bai Yu was clear that the opinions of the people of the three realms didn't matter to him at all. Those who held malice toward him would have malice regardless. As long as his fist was strong enough, even if the entire three realms saw him as a thorn in their side, it didn't matter. Mao Zedong cupped his fist in salute and said to Bai Yu, "Lord Bai, this one only wishes to say, no matter what happens in the future, the Demon Lord's promise to you still stands. If one day you are tired of this conflict in the three realms, you can join the Demon Realm at any time and work together with the Demon Lord to achieve great things. As long as you and the Demon Lord join forces, the three realms will be within your grasp." Bai Yu said without hesitation, "Go back and tell Rahu to drop that idea. Even if the three realms have no place for me, I still will not join him." Mao Zedong asked, "Even if Lord Bai can ignore those hidden villains, what about your wife and daughter? They haven't grown up yet." Bai Yu's eyes turned cold. "Are you threatening me?" Feeling Bai Yu's cold aura, Mao Zedong trembled and quickly said, "I wouldn't dare. This one is only saying, the demon realm can protect Lord Bai's family. In the demon realm, no villain would dare to harm Lord Bai's family. Unnecessary." Bai Yu said coldly, "I still need you to find the 9 heavens breath soil. I'll forgive your impertinence this time, but there won't be a next time." "Yes," Mao Zedong bowed to Bai Yu in fear. "This one will take his leave." With that, Mao Zedong did not dare to stay any longer, transformed into a mouse, and quickly fled. After Mao Zedong left, Bai Yu took out the mechanical core containing Lu Wen's fragmented soul, a complicated expression on his face. "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Xiaowan, if I hadn't sealed my memories and cultivation to train, you wouldn't have become like this. You suffered an undeserved disaster because of me. But don't worry, even if the tree is exposed to the wind, one day, I will make all the winds in the world cease for your sake. Anyone who dares to harm you and our daughter, whether he is a god, a Buddha, a demon, or a monster, I will annihilate their 10 generations until all beings fear, and no one dares to touch you again." Bai Yu gripped the mechanical core tightly, fashioned it into a necklace, and put it around his neck. Under the moonlight, a gentle breeze blew past, and then Bai Yu vanished with the wind. Chapter 82. News of the Demon Refining Pot. The next day, early morning, Wang Sha, still in her pajamas, came out of her bedroom, stretching languidly to display her graceful figure, just in time to see Bai Yu return. Wang Sha, seeing Bai Yu looking travel-worn, couldn't help but pause and ask, "You didn't come back at all last night?" Bai Yu nodded. "Yeah, I had some urgent matters to deal with. Even important matters require sleep. Wang Sha grumbled then, as if realizing something. She shook her head. Oh, right, you're a god. So I guess you don't need sleep. After saying that, Wang Sha said to Bai Yu, I almost forgot. Let me tell you. Yesterday, your salary plus commission came to 10,000 yuan. I'll take that as half a year's rent, so I won't give it to you. Bai Yu asked in surprise, Is your rent that expensive? We're outside the 5th Ring Road, aren't we? Wang Sha retorted angrily, Dude, this is Jiang City. Jiang City, a new first-tier city. Real estate is very expensive. I'm charging you 1,700 in rent as a discount, and that doesn't even include utilities. Bai Yu smiled, shaking his head at Wang Sha's indignant expression. All right, then keep that 10,000. If it's not enough, I'll make it up to you later. Oh, right, I may be going out for a few days. In the meantime, please look after Xiaoya for me at school. Don't let her get bullied. Especially don't let those ill-intentioned punks get near her. Wang Sha paused. You're going out? Where to? Bai Yu, one of my magical artifacts has appeared in the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau. I need to go get it. Oh. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha didn't pry further, saying, Okay, I'll look after Xiaoya for you these few days, but you be careful yourself. Yesterday, I saw in the Exorcist group that the Exorcist Association has also issued a bounty for you, and your bounty is as high as 100 million. There might be a lot of bounty hunters after you soon. Okay. Bai Yu gave Wang Sha an okay sign and turned to leave. Hey, you're leaving now? Wang Sha asked in surprise, seeing that Bai Yu was about to leave. Aren't you going to rest for a bit? Bai Yu smiled. I only came back to tell you about this. Since you already know, I should leave, of course. I've lost a lot of magical artifacts, and it's going to be difficult to find them all. Now that I have news of one artifact, it's best to retrieve it as quickly as possible. With that, Bai Yu vanished from the spot. Wang Sha, staring at the place where Bai Yu disappeared, waved blankly, Oh, goodbye. After informing Wang Sha about his departure, Bai Yu called Mousa 3 and said, Mousa 3, I'm leaving for the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau soon. Give me the specific details. Last night, after resolving the Azure Ox King's affair, Bai Yu went to the antique market again and gave the rubbing of the Hichu Luo Shu to Mousa 3. He also asked Mousa 3 to help him find his lost divine weapons, the 9 heavens breath soil needed to restore Xiaowen's body, and Wu Jiao, the descendant of the Wu tribe. After Bai Yu told Mousa 3 everything about his divine weapons, Mousa 3 soon had news about the demon refining pot and hurriedly called Bai Yu. Upon learning that the demon refining pot was in the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau, Bai Yu immediately returned to inform Wang Sha and prepared to go to the southwest. On the other end of the phone, Mousa 3, wearing thick glasses, flipped through the information and said to Bai Yu, Lord Bai, the team carrying your demon refining pot is ostensibly an overseas investor, but they're actually spies from an overseas cult. China has already targeted them, and it's estimated that they'll make their move soon. Bai Yu said, So that means my demon refining pot is also involved in an international dispute? Mousa 3 said, Yes, so Lord Bai, it would be best if you act quickly. After all, you are already wanted nationwide. If you get into a conflict with the cultivators of China, then you'll truly be in a situation where you can't clear your name. Bai Yu laughed. Thanks for the reminder. I'll try to make my move before China does. Mousa 3 continued, Oh, right Lord Bai. After you mentioned the descendants of the Wu tribe yesterday, I looked through the data all night and finally found a clue. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. What? You found his location? Mousa 3, I haven't found his location, but I found out that there have been victims of the absolute nether poison in the Miao regions of the southwest. Since you're going to the southwest to retrieve the demon refining pot anyway, it might be worth it to take a look. You might even run into Wu Jiao. I'll send you the specific locations to your phone later. Bai Yu, thank you. Mousa 3 chuckled, Haha, Lord Bai, you are too polite. I can't handle your thanks. Just don't forget my reward after you get your hands on it. Bai Yu said, Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. Bai Yu hung up the phone and immediately received the Miao tribe location information, photos of the team of foreign businessmen, and their accommodation details. In the photo, a slightly overweight, fair-haired old man in a suit had a pot wrapped in rattan hanging from his waist. Although it was wrapped in rattan, Baiyu still recognized it. It was his demon refining pot. Come to think of it, I also promised Su Qing that once I found the demon refining pot, I would lend it to her. But now that Su Yin has returned to Xianxia, Su Qing doesn't need the demon refining pot anymore. No matter what, after I get the demon refining pot, I'll go see Su Qing. I have to settle this matter. With that, Baiyu took off and teleported towards the southwest. In a short while, Baiyu arrived in Yungue City and entered the hotel room where the foreign businessmen were staying. Baiyu swept through the presidential suite and only saw some luggage and strange instruments. He didn't see a single person. They're not here. I'll just wait in this room then. They'll come back eventually. Baiyu didn't find the foreign businessmen, but he wasn't worried. He just sat in the suite, waiting for them to return. If he was lucky, Baiyu would be able to retrieve the demon refining pot by evening, then take a trip to the Miao region, and return to Jiang City by tomorrow. Baiyu was making plans in his mind, when suddenly, he heard the sound of a keycard opening the door. His eyes sharpened, and he immediately concealed his form. The door to the room was pushed open, but it wasn't the foreign businessman with the demon refining pot that entered. Instead, it was Su Qing, disguised. Su Qing? Baiyu was surprised to see Su Qing enter the room. What is she doing here? Su Qing, unaware that Baiyu was in the room, entered and glanced back outside, making sure that she was not being followed. She then closed the door and started rummaging through the room. While searching through the luggage, Su Qing wondered, "That's strange. It's not here. What are you looking for?" "I'm looking for, who is that?" Su Qing instinctively replied, then suddenly reacting, quickly took out a dagger and turned to point it at Baiyu. "Lord Bai." When Su Qing saw that it was Baiyu standing behind her, she paused, startled, and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" Baiyu, looking at Su Qing in disguise, said with a smile, "I was also wondering, why are you here?" Chapter 83, Thief. Su Qing, seeing Baiyu in front of her, still found it incredibly unbelievable. She composed herself and then gave Baiyu a salute, saying, "Lord Bai, a while ago, our Qingqiu Fox clan was robbed, and the blood fox gourd was lost. Later, I investigated and found out that the blood fox gourd was likely in Thief's possession, so I came here to look for it." "The blood fox gourd was stolen?" Baiyu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Your Qingqiu Fox clan is a major clan after all, and that blood fox gourd is also one of your clan's treasures. How could it be stolen?" Su Qing said, "Lord Bai, you don't know. The thief was highly skilled, and no one in our clan even noticed the thief infiltrating. And that blood fox gourd was even lost right under the noses of 2 of our clan elders." Baiyu chuckled, "In that case, how did you know Thief had the blood fox gourd?" Su Qing replied, "To be honest, Lord Bai, I purchased the information from Mouse 3. Mouse 3, hearing Su Qing's words, a playful look flashed in Baiyu's eyes. Seeing Baiyu's expression, Su Qing couldn't help asking, "Lord Bai, is there a problem?" Baiyu smiled, "No problem. I also got the information from Mouse 3. That Thief has my demon refining pot." "Thief even has your demon refining pot, Lord Bai?" Su Qing was completely shocked when she heard Baiyu's words. "Who exactly is he?" "Baiyu, aren't you clear? This Thief is a spy for an overseas cult. He seems to have some power. Anyway, the cultivators of the Security Department of China have already targeted him. Even the Chinese government has gotten involved." Hearing Baiyu's words, Su Qing's brows furrowed. In today's world, humans are powerful while demons are weak. Even though Su Qing owned a large corporation worth over 100 billion yuan in China, her corporation was still under government surveillance. The security department wouldn't usually get involved in small squabbles, but if the Qingqiu Fox clan did anything that crossed the line, their Qingqiu corporation would be uprooted in a short amount of time, and her Qingqiu Fox clan would have no place to stand in China. Now that the security department was involved in Thief's affairs, if she wanted to retrieve the blood fox gourd, she would inevitably come into conflict with the people from the security department. If her Fox clan identity was exposed, the trouble would be immense. However, the blood fox gourd was a treasure of her clan, and she couldn't just not take it back. Thinking this through, Su Qing gritted her teeth and then pleaded to Baiyu, Lord Bai. Since you are also looking for Deef, could you please help us retrieve the blood fox gourd as well? I can assist you, Lord Bai. Bai smiled. No problem, it's a small task. And if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know where Xiaoyao is. I owe your clan a favor. Since you don't need the demon refining pot anymore, I'll consider this repaying that favor. Seeing that Bai had agreed, Su Qing's face was filled with joy, and she said gratefully, "Thank you very much, Lord Bai." Su Qing is extremely grateful. Bai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Let's get down to business first. You arrived here before me. Have you found anything out?" Su Qing said, "I intended to capture Deef by force some days ago, to retrieve our clan's blood fox gourd, but I didn't expect that Deef had a strong bodyguard. I was severely injured by a single palm strike from him, and I only managed to escape after a hard time." You were severely injured by a single palm strike? Bai looked at Su Qing in surprise, somewhat taken aback. Su Qing, as the head of her clan, was also one of the top powerhouses in the demon realm, her strength being comparable to that of the Azurox king. To be able to severely injure Su Qing with one palm, their strength had at least touched the door of a heavenly immortal. For a mere spy of a cult to have such a strong bodyguard, it just didn't add up. Su Qing nodded seriously, "Yes, and that person has a very powerful magical artifact. My protective magical artifact shattered after being hit once. After that battle, I didn't dare to confront Deef head-on. I only dared to observe from afar. Today, they all entered the mountains, and I thought Deef might leave the blood fox gourd at the hotel, so I planned to come take a look, but I didn't expect to run into you, Lord Bai." "Interesting." Bai became interested. "I am becoming more and more interested in that Deef. Do you know where they went? Since they entered the mountains, they probably won't be back for a while. Let's just go find them." Su Qing said, "They went to the Panshui Mountains in the south. It's a vast primeval forest, but I didn't follow too closely, so I don't know exactly where they went. Bai, it's fine. It's enough to know the general direction. Since the security department is also keeping an eye on Deef, we can find Deef as long as we find the people from the security department." Lord Bai is wise. Su Qing gave Bai a slight bow. "Let's go." Bai chuckled, and then the two of them disappeared from the spot, flying towards the primeval forest in the south. The Panshui Mountains were a vast mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. Within the mountains were many rare wild animals, making it a national key protected forest. At this time, in a hidden part of the primeval forest, over 20 people were engaged in an intense battle. More than 10 security department cultivators were fighting 7 foreigners. Although the security department had the advantage in numbers, the foreigners were the ones gaining the upper hand in battle. Each of the foreigners was wearing powerful protective magical artifacts and carrying offensive magical artifacts. The cultivators from the security department couldn't even break through the foreigners' defenses. What was even more serious was that of the 7 foreigners, only 6 were actually fighting, and the other one was standing at the back, calmly watching the others fight, seemingly not concerned about the battle at all. And the one who wasn't fighting was Bai's target, Deef, a young cultivator. Looking at the enemies with magical artifacts protecting them, gritted his teeth. Damn it! Where did these foreigners get their magical artifacts? It's like they're free. It's too exaggerated, right? A middle-aged cultivator frowned deeply. He quickly glanced at his companions who were falling into a disadvantageous position and decisively gave the order. "We have misjudged their combat power. The situation isn't good. Everyone, retreat." The young cultivator said, "But boss, we finally..." The older cultivator quickly said, "I said retreat, so retreat. Use the spirit-concealing bomb." "Yes." The young cultivator didn't dare disobey the older cultivator, gritted his teeth, and threw out a spirit-concealing bomb. The bomb then exploded with a dazzling light that illuminated the entire forest, while also concealing the auras of all the cultivators from the security department. Seeing this, the other cultivators all disengaged from the battle and quickly retreated into the forest. In an instant, all the cultivators had escaped into the forest and disappeared. A fair-haired man regained his sight, and seeing his tracking target flee, couldn't help but say angrily, Despicable Chinese people. You only know how to do sneak attacks. If you can't win, you run. Let's all go after them. Don't let them escape. Don't chase. At this time, Deef, who had been watching the battle, stopped them. The main thing is more important. The elites from China haven't arrived yet. We have already been exposed, so it is not appropriate to waste too much time here. The final component of the Divine Lord is in this place, so our action this time can't have any accidents. As he said this, Deef touched the demon refining pot on his waist and said with a chuckle, "The Divine Lord's resurrection is near. Those small fry aren't important." Chapter 84, Mysterious Seal. On the other side, after the middle-aged cultivator led the security department cultivators in retreat, they found a wide-open area. The middle-aged cultivator turned to look at his battle-worn comrades and said to the young cultivator, "Everyone, let's rest here for a bit. Xiao, you contact headquarters, report the specific situation, and get headquarters to send reinforcements." This composed and calm middle-aged cultivator was the captain of this security department operation, Wang Ho, and the unruly Chu Quan was the deputy captain of this operation, as well as a genius of the security department's younger generation. "Okay, boss." After reporting the situation to headquarters using his communicator, Chu Quan asked Wang Ho, "Boss, we finally got our hands on their evidence, and the brothers haven't even used their real skills yet. Are we just going to let them go like this? It's not like we don't have ways to destroy their magical artifacts." Wang Ho said to Chu Quan earnestly, "Xiao, this is your first time going out on a mission. It's normal that you can't see the full extent of the enemy's abilities. You say we didn't use our real skills, but did they?" Chu Quan was startled. Wang Ho continued, "We came with 16 brothers this time to deal with 7 foreigners, and yet we couldn't subdue them in a short period of time. On the contrary, we got injured. Moreover, Deef, the strongest of their group, hasn't even made a move from beginning to end. If we continued to fight to the death there, we would likely all be lost. This is our territory, China. We have reinforcements coming. There is no need to fight them to the death there. It will be much easier when the reinforcements come. You are all young comrades. You have a long road ahead. It would be too unfortunate if you were lost there." Chu Quan said unconvinced, "But I'm still not convinced. Those guys aren't that strong. They're just relying on their protective magical artifacts. If I had their equipment, they definitely wouldn't be a match for us. Xiao, you're too young and impetuous." Hearing Chu Quan's words, Wang Ho shook his head. He didn't say much else, and instead said to the other cultivators, "Everyone, you've all worked hard. Take a breather first and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Gentlemen, have you run into trouble?" At this moment, Baiyu's voice echoed in the forest, causing the expressions of everyone to change drastically. "Who's there?" Chu Quan immediately stood up, looked in the direction of the voice and shouted, "Come out." Then, Baiyu and Su Qing slowly walked out of the shadows. "Baiyu?" Chu Quan's expression changed slightly after seeing Baiyu's face. He then immediately pulled out a small knife and lunged at Baiyu. Baiyu was still wanted nationwide. Both the security department and the Exorcist Association had Baiyu's image. Now that Baiyu had appeared, Chu Quan recognized the wanted criminal at a glance. "Young man, don't be so hot-tempered." Seeing Chu Quan attack, Baiyu smiled slightly, easily flicked Chu Quan's small knife away, while also controlling Chu Quan. Chu Quan. Seeing that Baiyu had easily subdued Chu Quan, the other cultivators all had their expressions change. They all stood up with their weapons in hand, entering a state of alert. Chu Quan was a leader of China's younger generation, and his strength was among the top 3 in their group, yet he was easily subdued by Baiyu. Baiyu's strength was somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. "Let me go." Chu Quan kept struggling and roaring at Baiyu, but no matter how hard he struggled, Baiyu's hand didn't budge an inch. The more Chu Quan struggled, the more fear he felt towards Baiyu's strength. Wang Ho, with a solemn expression, looked at Baiyu, who had a faint smile on his lips, but didn't show any haste as he asked in a low voice, "Baiyu, what do you want?" Baiyu looked at Wang Ho and chuckled. "There is at least one composed person. It seems that our communication won't be too difficult. Don't worry, I don't have any malicious intentions. I just want to ask you one question, and then I'll leave. Wang Ho asked, What do you want to ask? Baiyu, you should be tracking Deef, right? Where is he now? Wang Ho's pupil shrank sharply as he asked, What do you want with Deef? Baiyu, Deef stole my things, and I'm going to get them back. Hearing Baiyu's answer, Wang Ho was silent for a while before saying to Baiyu, Deef went south. We had a fight with them before. If you head south, you'll soon find our battlefield. Thank you. Having obtained the information he wanted, Baiyu released Chu Quan and left with Su Qing, heading south. In an instant, Baiyu and Su Qing vanished from everyone's sight. Chu Quan stood up from the ground, looking at Wang Ho with confusion, and asked, Boss, why did you give the location information of Deef to that wanted criminal? Wang Ho said solemnly, Baiyu's strength is stronger than all of us. If he wants to look for Deef, then that will be like setting a tiger against a wolf. Deef's side isn't weak either. If Deef and Baiyu fight each other, it's likely that both sides will suffer heavy losses. Hearing Wang Ho's words, Chu Quan's eyes lit up. Boss means, we can reap the benefits? Wang Ho, it's also possible that they might cooperate. If that's the case, our reinforcements might not be enough. Xiao Chu, you report the situation to headquarters again. I'll follow them to check the situation. With that, Wang Ho also hurried toward the south. Hey boss. I'm going with you. Brothers, you guys help me call for reinforcements. Chu Quan hurriedly shouted, and after assigning the task of calling for reinforcements to his comrades, he chased after Wang Ho. On the other side, Baiyu and Su Qing arrived at the place where Deef's group had previously fought with the Chinese cultivators. Su Qing glanced at the chaotic battlefield and said in a low voice, There are many lingering traces of magical artifacts around here. There are fewer and fewer artifact refiners these days, and there aren't even that many sects in China that possess artifact refiners. Where exactly did Deef and his group get so many magical artifacts? Baiyu said, That Deef collected my demon refining pot, and also stole the blood fox gourd from your Xianxia fox clan. Judging from their actions, the church behind them should be inextricably linked to artifact refining. Su Qing nodded slightly and then looked around again. Lord Bai, they seem to have magical artifacts that can conceal their auras. I cannot determine which direction they went in. Baiyu chuckled. It's fine. The magical artifacts they use to conceal their auras are not high grade. I have already sensed their aura. They're to the south. Let's go. With that, Baiyu headed south. Su Qing followed closely behind. Soon, Baiyu and Su Qing arrived outside a pyramid-like temple. Su Qing's pupils shrank slightly as she looked at the temple whose surface was covered in moss, and said in shock, There are also pyramids in China? Su Qing had traveled around the world when she was younger, and was quite knowledgeable about scenic spots everywhere. She had even fought with mummies. It was the first time she had seen a pyramid-like structure within China. No, this isn't a pyramid. Baiyu's expression changed slightly as he looked at the temple ahead. This is a seal to suppress a celestial demon. See celestial demon? Su Qing was stunned, her mind blank. A legendary demon god from chaos? Chapter 85. The Abyss of the Heavenly Demon. Baiyu nodded slightly. That's right. They're the heavenly demons who once invaded the three realms, were defeated by Hongjun and the other sages, and then fled back into chaos. Su Qing clicked her tongue, incredulous. Legend says that heavenly demons are all innate demon gods from before the creation of chaos. Each one possesses the power to split the heavens and earth with unfathomable might. I thought those were just myths, but it turns out there really are chaos demon gods. Baiyu surveyed the temple ahead, his voice grave. Only a component of a certain heavenly demon is suppressed in here. His main body isn't here. And judging by how fresh the seal is, it couldn't have been put in place more than 2,000 years ago. This heavenly demon must be the one who invaded the three realms from chaos 2,000 years ago, and then mysteriously vanished. Heavenly Demon Nine Abysses. Back then, when Heavenly Demon Nine Abysses invaded the three realms, it caused quite a stir. At the time, Baiyu was originally ordered by the Heavenly Palace to go and subjugate Nine Abysses, but before he could even make a move, Nine Abysses mysteriously disappeared. The gods all thought that Nine Abysses was afraid of Baiyu and had retreated back into chaos. After Baiyu searched the three realms and couldn't sense Nine Abysses' aura, he also assumed that Nine Abysses had fled back to chaos and stopped paying attention to the matter. But who would have thought that Nine Abysses had actually been on Earth all along, and in a sealed state? Su Qing examined the temple ahead, marveling. I never thought I'd actually see a heavenly demon seal. I wonder what a legendary heavenly demon looks like. 2,000 years ago, Su Qing hadn't even been born yet, and the matter of the heavenly demon invasion was top secret. Even in the celestial realm, only a handful of high-ranking immortals knew about it. This was Su Qing's first encounter with a heavenly demon, and she was feeling inexplicably excited. Baiyu, seeing Su Qing's expectant expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Don't have too many expectations for a heavenly demon. In reality, they're not that much different from other living beings in the three realms. They're just a little stronger, that's all. However, heavenly demons do have their weaknesses. Although they are born strong, they are not good at cultivation. Basically, how strong they are at birth is how strong they will be for the rest of their lives. They won't improve at all. Therefore, even if the heavenly demons fled back to chaos, they are not a threat to the three realms. After all, since the creation of the heavens and earth, living beings born in the three realms have been constantly cultivating and improving. After the heavenly demons were defeated back then, they no longer have any chance to make a comeback. Hearing these ancient secrets, Su Qing turned to Baiyu curiously. Lord Bai, how do you know all these secrets? You even know about things that happened before the creation of the world? Baiyu smiled at Su Qing. Because I was also a heavenly demon once. Ah. Su Qing froze, looking at Baiyu with a stunned expression, her mind blank. Why you were also a heavenly demon? She felt like she had heard some kind of earth-shattering secret. Lord Bai, you must be joking, right? You're the esteemed immortal venerable Luo Yun. How could you be a heavenly demon? Baiyu chuckled. Just treat it as a story. Too many things happened in the past. At best, I'm just a loose immortal now, not a heavenly demon. Why yes. Su Qing nodded blankly, still unable to believe what she had heard. She couldn't imagine what kind of earth-shattering waves this news would cause if it were spread throughout the three realms. Let's go. Our friend inside is probably getting impatient. It's time for us to meet them. Baiyu smiled, hands behind his back, and was the first to walk into the ancient temple ahead. Lord Bai, wait for me. Su Qing snapped out of her daze and quickly followed after Baiyu. As the two of them entered the temple, they found themselves in a seemingly endless corridor. It was pitch black all around, but every now and then, they could see signal flares that had been thrown on the ground for light. Clearly, Diff and the others were up ahead. The temperature inside the temple was very low, and there was also an unsettling aura permeating the air. Su Qing subconsciously hugged her arms and shivered, saying to Baiyu, Lord Bai, this temple feels a little off. I feel uneasy. It's because Nine Abysses' seal has loosened. It seems that Diff's group are disciples of Nine Abysses. Their purpose here is to release Nine Abysses. Baiyu chuckled, showing no sign of anxiety. Then we have to speed up. We absolutely can't let Diff succeed. A hint of anxiety flashed in Su Qing's eyes, and she felt a sudden sense of tension. Heavenly demons were demon gods born before the creation of chaos. If Nine Abysses were to escape, it would certainly be a catastrophe for the world. At that time, the three realms would be thrown into chaos. Although Su Qing was a demon, she was a demon born in a peaceful era. Moreover, their Xianxia fox clan had developed quite well. They now had a prominent position in both the human realm and the demon realm, and the Xianxia foxes enjoyed a prosperous life. If the heavenly demons were to come back, then everything that their Xianxia fox clan had achieved would be lost. She didn't want to see that happen. Baiyu chuckled. Don't worry. Only a component of Nine Abysses is sealed here. Even if the seal is broken, at most a hand or a leg will come out. It won't cause any waves. And to take things one step further, even if Nine Abysses were to recover all of his body and strength, he would just be a low-ranking demon god at the bottom of the list, only worthy of being my plaything. Lord Bai, you're... Su Qing was completely stunned by Yu's words, at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Even heavenly demons were just playthings? What arrogant words! However, Yu was the undisputed war god of the three realms, and Su Qing didn't doubt his strength. Since Yu had said it, then Yu would definitely be able to do it. Su Qing deeply believed this, and her worried heart calmed down. No longer worrying about anything else, she followed behind Yu honestly, heading deeper into the temple. At the same time, Wang Ho and Chu Quan had also been following the trail of Diff and his group and finally found the temple where 9 abysses was sealed. Looking at the massive temple ahead, Chu Quan exclaimed in amazement, "Boss, we have pyramids here? That's too outrageous. I didn't expect there to be such ruins deep in this wild forest. This is a major discovery. We need to report this to headquarters immediately." Wang Ho looked at the temple ahead with shock and quickly said to Chu Quan, "Xiao Chu, quickly take some photos and send them to headquarters." "Got it." Chu Quan quickly responded and pulled out his phone to take some pictures. But then he realized his phone was black and wouldn't turn on. Not only that, all his electronic devices were useless. "Boss, all our communication devices are down." Chu Quan checked all his equipment and said to Wang Ho in shock. Wang Ho frowned. "It seems like there's a natural magnetic field here that's blocking our communication devices. Then what do we do now?" Chu Quan asked. Wang Ho scanned the temple and quickly said, "Let's launch a signal flare, and then go inside and take a look." Chapter 86. The Demon Refining Pot. Deep within the temple, a vast hall stretched out before them. A majestic, heroic-looking statue stood in the center of the hall, facing the direction of the corridor as if watching all who entered. Diff and his group stepped into the hall and immediately noticed the enormous statue. "My lord, your last remaining piece has finally been found." Diff's face broke into a look of frenzied joy as he saw the massive statue. He immediately knelt down before it. "Quickly, set up the bombs. Blow up this statue and release our lord." After bowing to the statue, Diff quickly urged his followers, who were standing behind him, to set up the explosives. This group seemed to have done this kind of thing many times before. They quickly set up their equipment and planted bombs around the statue, preparing to blow it to pieces. Diff, looking at the statue in front of him, grew more and more excited. "Lord, you are about to be resurrected. Please grant us infinite light and lead us to conquer the world. Your lord doesn't seem to have that much power." A mocking voice came from the corridor, interrupting Diff's prayer. It was Yu. "Who's there?" Diff roared and immediately turned to see Yu and Su Qing emerging from the dark corridor. Diff's followers, who were setting up the bombs, also stopped what they were doing and pulled out their magical weapons as soon as they saw Yu and Su Qing. As soon as Diff gave the order, they would transform into cold-blooded killing machines and attack Yu without hesitation. With their lord's resurrection imminent, they couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Diff, on the other hand, calmed down after realizing the newcomers were not members of the Huaxia security department. He raised his hand to signal his men not to attack, then looked coldly at Yu and asked in fluent Chinese, "What brings you two here?" Yu glanced at the demon refining pot on Diff's waist and smiled. "That demon refining pot on your waist is mine," Su Qing added, "and you also stole my clan's treasure, the blood fox gourd. Return it now." "So you've come for your possessions." Diff chuckled, took the demon refining pot off his waist, tossed it up and down, and said to Yu, "This treasure contains enormous energy that can provide our lord with boundless power. I can't give it to you." As for the blood fox gourd, Diff looked at Su Qing. "Unfortunately, I've already sacrificed it to our lord. I can't give it back to you." "You destroyed my clan's treasure?" Su Qing roared, pushing off the ground and transforming into a streak of white light as she charged towards Diff. "I'll kill you." Overestimating yourself." Diff sneered. "Kaiser." As soon as he finished speaking, a blond man appeared in front of Diff, instantly knocking Su Qing back with a punch. Pooh! Su Qing was sent flying again, landing back in front of Yu. Yu, looking at the blond man standing in front of Diff, asked Su Qing, "Is that guy the one who severely injured you last time?" Su Qing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and nodded. Yes. Baiyu said, it seems you're not a very good leader of the Qingqiu clan. Think of your former clan leaders, who once fought against all the gods of the immortal realm single-handedly, striking fear into many deities and Buddhas. Compared to your ancestors, you fall far too short. This junior is not as skilled. I'm truly ashamed, Su Qing said bitterly. Very well, you should go back and train hard. Let me handle things here, Baiyu said, stepping in front of Su Qing. Kaiser watched Baiyu approach, a mocking look appearing in his eyes. He sneered at Baiyu. All you yellow-skinned monkeys, no matter how many come. Kid, you've chosen a narrow path, Baiyu said, his expression indifferent. In an instant, he teleported in front of Kaiser and grabbed Kaiser's head with one hand. What? Kaiser felt his face being grabbed by Baiyu. His pupils shrank as he tried to activate his protective magic item. But before his protective magic item could work, he felt himself lose his balance as his head was slammed towards the ground. This is bad. Bang! The last thought that flashed in Kaiser's mind was followed by Baiyu smashing his head right in front of Diff, killing him instantly. Scarlet blood splattered all over Diff. Diff stared blankly at Baiyu in front of him, his mind completely blank. Kaiser was dead? Kaiser was the strongest of his followers, with protective magical items of the highest quality that were capable of withstanding the impact of missiles. And yet, this most powerful follower, armed to the teeth, had been directly smashed in the head by Baiyu. Who exactly are you? Diff looked at Baiyu with a terrified expression, instinctively taking a step back, his eyes full of shock. I'm just the owner of something that was stolen. Baiyu smiled and walked up to Diff, taking the demon refining pot from his hand. Diff was so scared that he fell to the ground, quickly shouting to his other followers, What are you standing there for? Kill this Huaxia man. Diff roared, and the other followers finally reacted. They activated their protective magical items and charged toward Baiyu. Looking at the followers charging towards him, the mocking look in Baiyu's eyes grew more intense. He burned away the seal on the outside of the demon refining pot and opened the mouth of the pot. Roar! A chilling roar erupted from the demon refining pot. A terrifying aura burst out from it, sending Diff and the charging foreigners flying backwards. Then, a black qilin wreathed in flames flew out of the demon refining pot, landing in the hall and devouring one foreigner after another. Their protective magic items were as fragile as paper against the black qilin's sharp teeth. Screams of agony echoed throughout the hall. That's the fallen divine beast, the black flame qilin, that wreaked havoc in Huaxia 1,000 years ago? Su Qing looked in shock at the black flame qilin that was tearing apart Diff's followers, her face filled with disbelief. 1,000 years ago, a black flame qilin had appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc on the world. It ate countless humans and demons in its attempt to ascend to immortality by force. Even when the gods of the immortal realm descended, many of them were swallowed by the black flame qilin. Just when everyone in the three realms thought the black flame qilin would successfully ascend to immortality by killing its way there, the black flame qilin disappeared into thin air, never to be seen again. At the time, nobody knew where the black flame qilin had gone, or why it disappeared, but that unparalleled demon king had never appeared since. The disappearance of the black flame qilin was an unsolved mystery for the beings of the three realms. Su Qing never would have imagined that black flame qilin was actually inside Baiyu's demon refining pot. This is really... Su Qing's legs went weak. She looked at Baiyu's back, her heart filled with overwhelming shock. This was simply too unbelievable. Chapter 87. Releasing the Heavenly Demon. As the black flame qilin emerged from the demon refining pot, Diff's followers were utterly terrified. They scattered in all directions, their fighting spirit completely gone. However, even the fastest among them couldn't escape the black flame qilin's gaping maw, only to be brutally chewed to pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire hall red. In an instant, the spacious hall had transformed into a scene of hell on earth. In no way. Diff slumped to the ground, his body shaking violently as he watched in horror as his followers were devoured by the black flame Qilin. After obtaining the demon refining pot, he and the Abyss Moon cult behind him had tried every possible method, but they couldn't figure out how to open the pot and harness its power. After that, he had decided the demon refining pot was a divine treasure, intending to have their lord open it after the resurrection. But he never imagined the demon refining pot actually had an owner, and that its owner would come looking for it. A wave of panic washed over Diff as he thought that his plans to resurrect their lord were about to fail. He immediately knelt down before Baiyu, kowtowing. "Immortal, please spare my life. Immortal, I didn't know this was your treasure. It was all a misunderstanding. Take the treasure back. I don't want it anymore. Just please spare my life." His main purpose for coming here was to retrieve the components of their lord's body and bring him back to life. But he hadn't expected a dark horse to appear halfway and mess up all his plans. Now, all he wanted was to trick Baiyu, then resurrect their lord. Once their lord was resurrected, all the humiliation he was suffering now would be repaid 100-fold. Seeing Diff groveling, Su Qing immediately stepped forward, questioning him. "Diff, where is my clan's blood fox gourd?" "Clan leader Su, the blood fox gourd was really sacrificed to our lord. I can't get it back." Diff cried out to Su Qing and started kowtowing desperately. "I was wrong. What kind of compensation do you want? I'll give you anything. I've also collected many magic treasures, including some that aren't weaker than the blood fox gourd. I can give them to you." "You bastard." Realizing that she truly couldn't get the blood fox gourd back, Su Qing's eyes turned crimson, and she began to transform into a giant nine-tailed fox. "That was my clan's treasure." Diff was even more terrified by the sight of Su Qing's nine-tailed fox form, and he wet himself as his legs began to tremble. Now, he was trapped with a nine-tailed fox in front of him and a black flame Qilin behind him. He had nowhere to run. Su Qing glared at Diff, but she forcibly suppressed the urge to crush Diff's head with a single blow. She asked Baiyu, "Lord Bai, can I kill this bastard?" "Of course. I've already retrieved the demon refining pot. This guy is of no use to me anymore. Do as you please," Baiyu said with a smile, as he was absorbing the source energy from his demon refining pot. After retrieving the demon refining pot, his cultivation had recovered to about 30%, and his strength was already enough to look down on all the heroes of the three realms. Even a heavenly demon like Nine Abysses wouldn't be of too much concern to him. "Thank you, Lord Bai." With Baiyu's permission, Su Qing began to approach Diff step by step. Don't come near me. I can't die yet." Diff watched Su Qing approach, his fear growing with each passing moment. He shuffled backward, trying to get away. However, Su Qing didn't seem to be planning on killing Diff with a single strike. She approached Diff slowly, saying in a deep voice, "Do you know that the blood fox gourd is the only magic treasure left behind by my clan's ancestors? It's not just a treasure to my clan. It's also our faith." "Clan leader Su, I was wrong. I really shouldn't have stolen your treasure. I can give you double, no, 10 times the compensation. I'll give you everything I own. Please spare my life. I really can't die," Diff cried, backing up against the base of the statue. He had nowhere else to retreat. The blood fox gourd can only be repaid with your eternal suffering. After forcing Diff into a corner, Su Qing opened her mouth to slowly suck Diff's soul out. Diff, feeling his soul being pulled out, began to struggle desperately, activating all the magic items he had brought. "Collect." Baiyu chuckled. The demon refining pot flew into the air, sucking in all the magical items on Diff, converting them into energy for the pot. The demon refining pot didn't just refine demons. It could refine everything. After losing the protection of his magical items, Diff no longer had the ability to stop Su Qing from extracting his soul. His consciousness grew weaker and weaker. However, driven by a strong will to survive, Diff had no intention of giving up. His hand was still frantically searching the ground. Soon, he found a discarded controller on the ground. The panic on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a strange smile. The reason he had retreated to the base of the statue was to beg Su Qing to spare his life, but also because he had seen one of his followers, who had been carrying the bomb controller, torn in half by the black flame Qilin right below the statue. The bomb controller had fallen nearby. Finally found it. Diff suddenly gave Su Qing a strange smile, catching her off guard. Before Su Qing could react to what was happening, Diff used all of his strength to push his body towards the button on the controller. Click. Boom. As the button on the controller was pressed, the bombs installed on the statue exploded violently, instantly engulfing Diff and Su Qing. Wang Ho and Chu Quan, who had just entered the hall, were also caught in the shockwave created by the explosion. Damn it! What the hell happened? Chu Quan struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at the collapsed statue and the fiery inferno in the hall, his face became extremely grim. This was within Huaxia's borders, but a group of foreigners and a wanted criminal were wantonly destroying a mysterious Huaxia relic. This was a major loss for Huaxia. Xiaoqiu, don't be rash. Diff and Bai Yu are dangerous individuals. There are only two of us. It's not wise to engage in combat. We should wait for backup while hiding. Wang Ho was much more calm and collected. He pulled the indignant Chu Quan back and hid them behind a piece of rubble, observing the situation. Flames soared in the hall, with choking smoke spreading everywhere. Su Qing retreated from the center of the explosion to Bai Yu's side. Her face was extremely pale as she apologized to Bai Yu. Lord Bai, I'm sorry. I didn't expect he could control the bombs. That Diff is quite a schemer. He's actually a capable person. Bai Yu chuckled, not at all bothered by the fact that Diff had destroyed the statue. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming black aura erupted from the pit beneath the statue. Then a pitch-black arm with spikes flew out from under the statue. A violent aura exploded from the arm, sweeping through the entire hall. The flames burning in the hall turned black at that instant. Even the powerful black flame Qilin was shaken to its core by the violent aura, dissipating its form and returning to the demon refining pot. Seeing the black flame Qilin being instantly shattered, Su Qing couldn't help but feel terror in her eyes. She looked at the black arm towering above the flames with a terrified expression, her body trembling uncontrollably. Such a powerful, sinister aura. Is this a heavenly demon? Chapter 88. The Evil God Resurrects. Ha ha ha. Lord, you're finally back. As the arm flew out, Diff's insane laughter echoed through the hall. Su Qing looked over and saw Diff, his lower body destroyed by the bomb, walking out of the black flames, shrouded in dark energy. You ants, why aren't you kneeling to greet our Lord? Diff flew out of the flames, looking mockingly at Bai Yu and Su Qing, his eyes full of arrogance. Wang Ho, who was hiding at the back of the hall, saw the black arm floating in the air. His pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, "So the evil god Nine Abysses is real. Boss, what's the evil god Nine Abysses?" Chu Quan asked, confused. Didn't you read the mission briefing? Wang Ho glared at Chu Quan, then lowered his voice. The evil god Nine Abysses is the deity worshipped by the cult behind Diff. Their Abyss Moon cult always believed that the god Nine Abysses was the one true god in the world. After Nine Abysses resurrected, he would grant them eternal life and lead them to conquer the world. Previously, headquarters always thought the Abyss Moon cult was just a cult and that the god they worshipped was made up by them. But now it seems headquarters intel was wrong. The evil god Nine Abysses, he really exists. Chu Quan widened his eyes in shock. Then what do we do now? If an evil god really descends, how could we possibly be his match? It's too late to run now. We can only hope that Bai Yu and that nine-tailed fox can win. Wang Ho sighed heavily and looked at Bai Yu and Su Qing ahead, though his eyes didn't hold any expectation. Even if Bai Yu and Su Qing were strong, how could they fight a god? Just from sensing the aura emanating from the arm, Wang Ho had lost all will to fight. The difference in their power was too great. Su Qing quickly transformed back into her human form and said to Bai Yu, "Lord Bai, shouldn't we make a move now?" Nine Abysses' power was beyond her imagination. Therefore, she wanted to obliterate his arm before Nine Abysses could fully recover. Even the pressure from a single arm was enough to shake her soul. She couldn't imagine what kind of power the true heavenly demon Nine Abysses would wield if he were to come here. No need. Baiyu shook his head and chuckled. Besides, didn't Diff say that he sacrificed your clan's blood fox gourd to Nine Abysses? When Nine Abysses is fully revived, we might be able to get the blood fox gourd back. Lord Bai. Su Qing looked blankly at Baiyu, not quite comprehending. Even at a time like this, Baiyu was still thinking about her clan's blood fox gourd. Suddenly, Su Qing's nose tingled, and she was inexplicably moved. After a moment of being dazed, Su Qing snapped back to her senses and tried to persuade Baiyu. Lord Bai, the blood fox gourd is lost. It's okay. You don't have to put yourself in danger. Although she was touched, she still didn't want Baiyu to take unnecessary risks for it. The heavenly demon Nine Abysses only had one arm right now. As long as they obliterated it before he could obtain his true body, Nine Abysses would not be a threat. There was no need to risk themselves for it. Baiyu said, "Don't worry, I'm only doing this to repay a favor. I'm not stupid enough to risk my life. Besides, heavenly demons are not as terrifying as you think. Even if he obtains his true body, his strength is just that." Just that? Su Qing's lips twitched. She was completely shocked. Having been in contact with Baiyu for so long, she was about to become his little fangirl. "You too, trash. How dare you ignore me?" Floating in the air, Diff's eyes blazed as he saw Su Qing and Baiyu actually chatting. His face completely twisted in anger. "You're seeking death." Diff shrieked and charged fiercely toward Baiyu. "Lord Bai, be careful." Su Qing cried out in alarm as she saw Diff attack Baiyu. However, as soon as she had shouted, she realized that her reminder was completely unnecessary. Slap! A loud slap resounded. The moment Diff reached Baiyu, he was sent flying with a slap from Baiyu's hand. Baiyu clapped his hands and said to Diff, "Since you're a dog servant, then act like a good dog and wake up your master. Don't try to show off your muscles here. You are too weak." And no, impossible. Diff clutched his swollen face and struggled to get up from the ground, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he, who had been strengthened, had been slapped away by Baiyu. "Our Lord clearly bestowed upon me invincible power. Why is this happening? No, it must be because I'm not pious enough and haven't fully used the power given to me by our Lord. It's my fault. I will sacrifice my soul. I will send all of you heretics to hell." Diff grew more and more frenzied as he spoke. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, directly offering his soul to the black arm floating in the air. The once well-built Diff had turned into a shriveled corpse in that instant. Rumble. As Diff sacrificed his soul to the arm floating in the air, the arm burst out with terrifying energy, directly shooting out of the temple and spreading in all directions. Outside of Huaxia's borders, deep underground in a heavily guarded base, a number of priests were performing a ritual around an altar where 5 pieces of a corpse were enshrined. Suddenly, the 5 pieces of the corpse began to shake violently, startling everyone present. "Has our Lord been resurrected?" one of the priests said in delight, then immediately led the others in kneeling down. "We welcome our Lord. Please, our Lord, grant us eternal life. Please, our Lord, grant us supreme power." The priest shouted, but the 5 pieces of corpse did not grant them power. Instead, they brought death. The 5 pieces of corpse rushed to the sky above the base and released a large amount of black energy, enveloping the entire base. Almost instantly, the souls of the priests around the altar and the soldiers in the base were completely absorbed by the 5 pieces of the corpse. Haha, 2,000 years. I have finally gathered all the pieces of my body. I am back. A head laughed wildly in the sky above the base. Then with its body, an arm, and 2 legs, it flew towards Huaxia. And after the 5 pieces of corpse left, the base with several thousand people was reduced to nothing but dried-out corpses. The heavenly demon Nine Abysses didn't care at all about the cult that worshipped him. He only cared about how quickly he could be resurrected. All the disciples of the Abyss Moon cult were just the best nutrients for him. At this time, The temple was shaking violently under the pressure of the black arm. Chu Quan struggled to steady himself and asked Wang Ho, "Boss, things are getting more and more out of hand. That evil god is about to resurrect. What should we do now?" Wang Ho stared at Bai Yu and Su Qing's backs, his teeth clenched tightly. After a moment of inner struggle, he said to Chu Quan, "Let's go. Let's go help. Help." Chu Quan looked at Wang Ho in disbelief. "Are we going to help that murderous monster? The evil god Nine Abysses is our greatest enemy right now. If Bai Yu and Su Qing die here, Huaxia will definitely be plunged into chaos. Our duty is to protect our country, so we absolutely can't let the evil god Nine Abysses escape from this temple." With that said, Wang Ho pulled out his gun and charged out from the back of the hall. "Boss, wait for me." Chu Quan saw Wang Ho rush out without hesitation, so he gritted his teeth and followed. "Bai Yu, we've come to help you." Wang Ho shouted loudly as he reached Bai Yu. Bai Yu was taken aback to see that Wang Ho and Chu Quan had actually come out from behind. "You two, what are you doing here to cause trouble?" Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Ho and Chu Quan, who had been prepared to die, were stunned. Chapter 89. Your life is worthless. See causing trouble? Wang Ho thought he had misheard, looking at Bai Yu in disbelief. They had come here with the determination to die for the sake of all living beings. But they had only just come out when Bai Yu poured a bucket of cold water on them, extinguishing most of their enthusiasm. An unnamed fire surged in Chu Quan's heart as he said angrily, "Bai Yu, you're just a Xiao Chu." Wang Ho quickly stopped Chu Quan and said to Bai Yu, "Senior, we know that our strength is low, but we also know that everything must be for the sake of all living beings. This evil god Nine Abysses is extremely dangerous. We absolutely cannot let him escape from the temple. We are willing to contribute our meager strength, and we hope that Senior can accept this intention. It's unexpected that you two have such resolve. Very well, just stay in the back." Bai Yu smiled at Wang Ho, then said to Su Qing, "Su Qing, keep an eye on them." "Yes." Su Qing bowed slightly. Wang Ho, "Senior, we want to. You two from the security department, this battle isn't something you can participate in. If you really want to help, just stay put at the back and don't cause trouble for Lord Bai." Su Qing interrupted Wang Ho, then protected Wang Ho and Chu Quan behind her. After all, Wang Ho and Chu Quan were from the security department, and Bai Yu didn't exactly have a good reputation in Huaxia. If they were to both die here, the charges against Bai Yu would probably be increased even more. Although Su Qing knew that Bai Yu didn't care about the human world's wanted lists, these kinds of things were still a hassle. Su Qing still wanted to share some of the burden with Bai Yu. However, Chu Quan didn't know about any of this. He was also young and impulsive, and wanted to continue trying to help. But before he could speak, 5 pillars of light descended from the sky above the temple. An unprecedented aura erupted from the pillars of light, crashing into Chu Quan. Chu Quan trembled involuntarily as he looked at the pieces of corpse within the pillars of light, his face filled with terror. Under that powerful pressure, his courage to fight instantly dissipated. That was the god. As the pillars of light descended, the 5 pieces of corpse combined with the black arm in the temple to form a humanoid figure, and then it unleashed an even more powerful aura. Boom! The demonic might of the heavenly demon Nine Abysses spread out. The vast temple began to collapse, and large rocks fell from the sky. Haha! I have finally been resurrected. Luo Ho, the revenge for cutting me into 6 pieces all those years ago, one day, I will repay it 100-fold. Nine Abysses laughed loudly, the sound of which had a soul-stirring effect. What a terrifying voice. Cover your ears. Su Qing exclaimed in alarm. Just hearing Nine Abysses' laughter was making her head throb, and she felt as if her soul was about to be torn apart. Wang Ho and Chu Quan also felt terrible, so they quickly did as she said. After laughing, Nine Abysses lowered his head and looked at the people in the hall. Now, I shall trouble everyone here to be an appetizer for my resurrection. But when he saw Bai Yu, the smile on his face instantly froze. Be Bai Yu? Nine Abysses' pupils constricted slightly, and his entire aura instantly retracted. He had been sealed for 2,000 years, and he was not aware of the major events that had happened in the outside world during this time. In his mind, Baiyu was still the war god of the heavenly palace, who was ordered to capture him. 9 abysses, it's been a long time. Baiyu smiled at 9 abysses. I was supposed to be the one who killed you back then, but I didn't expect you to suddenly disappear, allowing you to live by luck for so long. I thought you had escaped back to chaos. It turns out that you were locked up here. 9 abysses landed on the ground and asked Baiyu, Baiyu, we don't have any grudges from the past, and we don't have any recent feuds. Did you come here today specifically to kill me? Baiyu smiled and said, that's not it. I no longer belong to the immortal realm, and I don't take orders from the heavenly palace. Whether I kill you or not depends entirely on my mood. Entirely on your mood? Hearing Baiyu's words, 9 abysses felt a surge of anger for no reason. Was he looking down on him? However, 9 abysses was still extremely wary of Baiyu's strength. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Baiyu, Baiyu, I don't want to be your enemy. What would it take for you to let me go? Baiyu said, you took the Fox clan's blood fox gourd, right? Return the blood fox gourd, and I'll consider letting you go. The blood fox gourd has already become one with me, a part of my blood. I can't fulfill this request. 9 abysses replied quickly. Baiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. So, you're saying you can't produce the blood fox gourd? I can't. Let's change the terms, 9 abysses replied. As he said this, he looked at the 3 people behind Baiyu and asked, Baiyu, when did you start mixing with lowly demons and humans? It's only been 2,000 years, but you've already fallen to this level. You were at least a god before. Before 9 abysses could finish speaking, he saw Baiyu suddenly teleport in front of him. His pupils shrank drastically. Brother, you misspoke? Baiyu said calmly as he grabbed 9 abysses' head and slammed it hard into the ground. Bang! Baiyu's slender body, grabbing the over 10-meter-tall 9 abysses, created a large pit in the ground. The earth shook. Cough! 9 abysses coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking at Baiyu in disbelief. You actually got angry because of a demon and a human? In 9 abysses' eyes, Baiyu shouldn't care about anyone else in the 3 realms at all, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he had just said. Baiyu didn't answer this question, but just looked at 9 abysses calmly and asked, you said that you've already merged with the blood fox gourd, so in other words, as long as I kill you, I'll be able to retrieve the blood fox gourd, right? Baiyu, you're going too far. 9 abysses roared angrily when he saw that Baiyu wanted to kill him. His entire body erupted with an overwhelming black aura, and the ground shook again. The next moment, 9 abysses turned into black mist and dissipated, only to reappear a short distance away. Baiyu, I was just being polite to you. Do you really want to push your luck? You actually want to kill me for a mere demon's magical artifact. 9 abysses' face was frosty, and the killing intent in his eyes was about to materialize. In his eyes, although Baiyu was no longer a heavenly demon, he was still a former innate demon god, of the same origin as him. And the humans and demons of the 3 realms were just low-level beings, easily found and consumed as food. Now, Baiyu actually wanted to kill someone of his own kind, just for the sake of those ants. This was an act that 9 abysses could not forgive. Baiyu looked at 9 abysses, not at all surprised that he had escaped from his grasp. After all, 9 abysses was a heavenly demon who possessed his true body, and he himself only had 30% of his strength. If 9 abysses couldn't even resist to this extent, then a heavenly demon wouldn't be enough to be seen as a terrifying force of nature by the 3 realms. 9 abysses, you might have misunderstood something. In my eyes, your life is what is truly worthless. Baiyu clapped his hands and said emotionlessly to the escaped 9 abysses. 9 abysses' pupils constricted sharply. He was enraged and roared at Baiyu. Baiyu, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 90. The Reason I Became Human. Boom! With a roar, 9 abysses' aura surged like a tidal wave, sweeping towards Baiyu. At this moment, 9 abysses was unleashing his full power. So strong. Su Qing's heart trembled as she sensed 9 abysses' current aura. 9 abysses was simply not an opponent she could face. Even though she was exerting all of her strength, she was on the verge of being overwhelmed by Nine Abyss's pressure. And that was just the pressure. She couldn't imagine what it would be like when Nine Abysses actually made a move. Would the heavens collapse? Would mountains and seas be overturned? As for Wang Ho and Chu Quan behind Su Qing, their expressions had completely frozen. Chu Quan looked blankly at the erupting aura of Nine Abysses, his body shaking violently, his mind completely blank. He had never imagined that such terrifying beings existed in this world. Was that really a power that they could contend with? The gap between a god and a mortal was just too vast. In this moment, Chu Quan's worldview crumbled. A desire to escape welled up in his heart. But when he saw Bai standing there, unmoving in the face of such a terrifying being, he suddenly realized how foolish his previous actions against Bai had been. How could he possibly challenge someone who could fight a god? Suddenly, a huge change occurred in Chu Quan's state of mind. He also vaguely felt that the wanted list might have been a misunderstanding. If a person like Bai was truly a demon who would massacre an entire neighborhood, then they would have died the moment they met Bai. There was no way they could have survived until now. While Chu Quan's thoughts were racing, Nine Abyss's aura reached its peak. The entire temple couldn't withstand Nine Abyss's pressure and began to collapse. Nine Abysses, this temple can conceal your heavenly demon aura. If you collapse it, aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? Seeing that the temple was about to collapse, Bai couldn't help but mock Nine Abysses. I've been sealed in the human realm for 2,000 years, and I've long ago figured out a way to conceal my aura. Even without the temple, I won't be targeted by the heavenly Tao. It's you, on the other hand. You don't seem to be at your full strength right now, do you? Nine Abysses saw that Bai's aura was unstable. He sneered, casually absorbing a boulder weighing several tons into his palm and throwing it fiercely at Bai. Bai casually waved a spiritual blade, cutting the flying boulder in half and causing it to fall to either side, creating two large craters on the ground. Even without my full strength, it's enough to deal with a low-ranking heavenly demon like you, Bai said with a faint smile. Arrogant. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough talk. Nine Abysses snorted. The black energy swirling around him condensed into spears in midair and shot at Bai like a torrential rain. Demon refining pot. Seeing the black spears approach, Bai immediately summoned the demon refining pot. The mouth of the demon refining pot opened, and it flew into the air, sucking all of the spears into the pot. Then it spat them back out, shooting them towards Nine Abysses. Seeing this, Nine Abyss's expression changed slightly. He quickly leaped away, and the black spears easily pierced through the dome of the temple, as if piercing tofu, letting sunlight pour in. Bai, there isn't enough space to fight in this temple. If you've got the guts, come outside. Seeing that Bai had the demon refining pot, Nine Abysses didn't dare to fight him in the temple. He roared and transformed into a streak of black light, breaking through the temple's dome and flying into the sky, courting death. Seeing Nine Abysses fly into the sky, a hint of mockery flashed in Bai's eyes. Then he instructed Su Qing, send those two guys from the security department out. This temple is about to collapse. Yes. Su Qing quickly responded, grabbing Wang Ho with one hand and Chu Quan with the other, leading them out of the temple. Bai looked at the large hole in the temple's dome and chuckled. Nine Abysses, oh Nine Abysses, you could have lived a little longer, but you just had to seek your own death. You figured out a way to shield yourself from the heavenly Tao, but you don't know that I can guide the heavenly Tao to carry out targeted strikes. The moment you ascended to the sky, you were truly going to ascend to the sky. Bai chuckled, rising into the air and flying up high. Above the clouds, the wind howled, and Bai's robes billowed in the cold wind. Nine Abysses stretched out his body freely in the air, the surrounding black mist spreading out in all directions. The surrounding white clouds were dyed black, transforming into chaos. Bai, you should know that heavenly demons can only exert their strongest power in chaos, which is why when we come to the three realms, our strength is suppressed, and we can only use half of our full power. It is precisely because of this that the lowly beings in the three realms have been able to survive until today, and you betrayed the heavenly demons and transformed yourself into a god. Just to interrupt, I'm a human now, Baiyu said. God or human, they're all just ants. There's no difference, Nine Abysses said coldly. Don't interrupt me. All right, you go on. Baiyu gestured for Nine Abysses to continue. Nine Abysses continued, ever since Luo Ho led the heavenly demons in a failed invasion of the three realms, the heavenly demons have hidden in chaos, never having another chance to make a comeback. But, Baiyu, do you know why I came out of chaos and made a comeback? Baiyu smiled. I'm guessing you were tired of living? When did you become so sharp-tongued? Nine Abysses sneered. Very well. You can only take advantage of this moment to show off your tongue. Baiyu, I have comprehended new abilities in chaos, and this new ability of mine can turn all the clouds I come into contact with in the three realms into chaos. In other words, I can exert 100% of my power in the sky. And you, Baiyu, have long since lost your heavenly demon body, becoming a lowly human. This place is no longer your domain. Even if you were a high-ranking heavenly demon, today, you will still die here. As he said this, Nine Abysses laughed madly, releasing even more black energy from his body, polluting the surrounding clouds. Soon, Baiyu was enveloped in darkness, and Nine Abysses' aura also began to skyrocket at this moment. However, Baiyu didn't seem to care at all about the skyrocketing aura of Nine Abysses. He said to Nine Abysses, Nine Abysses, after saying so much, I also have a question I want to ask you. Nine Abysses, feeling confident of victory, grinned and said, Ask away. I'd be happy to answer. Baiyu smiled and asked, Do you know why I was willing to give up my powerful heavenly demon body, willingly becoming a god, and then willingly becoming a human? Nine Abysses was stunned. He had been genuinely unable to understand this matter. After all, Baiyu had once been one of the 7 most powerful demon gods among the 3,000 demon gods, on par with Luo Ho. But Baiyu had resolutely given up his powerful heavenly demon body and started cultivating again, giving up such great power and becoming a lowly being of the 3 realms. This was an incomprehensible act to countless heavenly demons, because although heavenly demons are strong, they will never progress in their entire lives. Their starting point is already their end point. Just like you, Nine Abysses. You are the same as you were when chaos was first created. This kind of boring life really makes you want to die. But humans are different. Humans have infinite potential, and I gave up my heavenly demon body to pursue that infinite possibility. And the facts prove I was right. Baiyu smiled slightly at Nine Abysses, gently raising his hand and snapping his fingers. Snap. Nine Abysses' pupils constricted violently. Heavenly thunder suddenly struck.